which help them to save time, simplifying a lot of processes, and improving the insights. And those insights are helping their management to have a full view on their current implementation. So, by the way, these are the tangible benefits, like those experienced by NG, include not only the cost saving but also the flexibility and speed. Yeah. So, just to call out that NG was able to reduce the expected delivery of new business frameworks by 2 times as they were doing it before. Yeah, so they did this all while right sizing their HANA internal infrastructure by using AWS enable high availability architecture different patterns. And then there is another one, LTI. LTI adopted SAP S/4HANA running on AWS cloud. So for those who doesn't know what S/4HANA is, so it's a business suite running on HANA as a database choice. So previously, SAP had SAP Business Suite, which could run on any of the database, like could be IBM, could be SQL Server, could be Oracle, which was the most prominent one, is now running on HANA. That's what S4HANA is. And SAP is uh, uh, pushing this specific business suite a lot. Yeah, so because it has a lot of advantages over their traditional business suite, which were used there for many years, now been transformed as a very having intuitive uh, Fury style dashboards and everything, and it's been totally transformed as a digital platform. So a lot of enterprises are using it. Like I talked about LTI, NG, and many of you can see on your screen as well. Yeah. So LTI just in a matter of weeks they started with their S4 HANA journey, and we'll talk about how easily and how far rapidly you can launch your HANA workloads onto the AWS. With that, okay, so have a look on to the analyst perspective. On the left side, you can see the Gartner's Magic Quadrant, which they'll launch every year after conducting the audits with large enterprises customer and different segment customer to figure out how the providers are being able to uh, execute their platform offerings. So we have been uh, leader from past 9 years consecutively, helping variety of customers. Right on the right hand talks about uh, SAP customers leveraging the AWS platform, and we have been announced as a leader by the ISG. So ISG is Information Service Groups. So it is the annual report. So this will showcase that SAP. So basically, the customer will see here the comparison of SAP service provider and their capabilities to migrate, to host and manage SAP service on AWS. And yeah, so you can see here. And as talked about, SAP AWS is serving more SAP customers by far than any other provider, with more than 5,000 of customers. Yeah. So, by the way, I would highly encourage to have a look onto this ISG report, and I will also add this link in my email once I will send you after this session today. Okay, so what are the services and what are the products supported by AWS? Yeah, so on to the business solutions, which is the core offering of SAP Business Solutions, SAP S/4HANA, and then there is SAP Business Warehouse for HANA. So S/4HANA, as we talked about, is a business suite running on HANA database platform. And then there is a SAP Business Suite. If in case you are running your business suite on any of the DB, It's supported on AWS. And SAP NetWeaver for a ABAP and Java Stack. It is a platform to run your SAP workloads. Yeah, and then there is a SAP Business Warehouse, which is warehouse offerings by the data warehouse offering from the SAP, and SAP Business All-in-One, which has a portfolio of many other services. I believe it includes the ERP and many other services. Not knowing much of about it because I'm not sure if SAP it's in itself having a long roadmap for all-in-one. Same goes for ByDesign as well, which is a mid-segment ERP solution, and many other offerings. So SAP Business One, which has close to 60,000 or more than 60,000 customers in mid-segment, small and mid-segment of customers leveraging SAP Business One for their ERP solution. So yeah, and they have a lot of HANA customers as well. And then there is SAP Business Object, which is a BI solution. SAP Commerce, Hybris as a solution is available. Yeah, so these all business solutions are supported on AWS to run on EC2 instances. Yeah, and leveraging many other tools from AWS. So there is a SAP note in the footnotes you can see, which gives you the latest information regarding SAP products, landscape, and platform supporting onto the AWS. So after business solution, what are the databases are supported? So obviously SAP HANA. We have specifically EC2 instances being certified and optimized to run SAP HANA workloads. Yeah, and SAP ASE, which is a Sybase code line database from AWS from SAP offering. This is supported on AWS, SAP IQ, SAP Replication Server, SAP Mobile Secure, and Mobile Platform. So these all database and platform services, mobile solutions are available and supported to run on AWS, and further goes to the OS and DB platform. IBM DB2. Yeah, so AWS EC2 instances, certified EC2 instances to run that, MaxDB, SAP HANA, SQL Server, even though with the RDS offerings, Oracle database, Amazon Aurora, which is a database created for the cloud itself, being used by SAP Hybris customers. And SUSE Linux, we have a tailored images for which contains all of the dependencies, all of the requirements to run SAP HANA or SAP S4 solutions on AWS, Red Hat, and Windows Server OS as well. So these all are supported. By the way, there's a long list also available on our website. So I usually recommend to have a look onto that because there is a latest information also included in that too. Okay, so SAP on AWS partnering with the cloud innovation. So with our recent co-innovation, we have launched HANA Cloud. Yeah, and there is a SAP Data Warehouse Cloud, which is one of offering with a conjunction with SAP and AWS, SAP HANA, SAP Analytics Cloud, SAP IoT Edge to Edge, which is a IoT solution with the interoperability between the SAP Cloud and AWS Cloud as well, and SAP Custodian on AWS. And as you know, on the right side, many of the SAP products are running onto the AWS as well. So it's important to understand our global infrastructure. So we are span across not 23, now 24, as mentioned last I think last night, or it was in the noon, we launched a new region as well in Italy, Milan. Yeah, so you can see here it was in progress, but now it's been launched in Milan. So one region is a geographical isolated area where customers can put their workload that consists of two or more than two availability zones. So availability zone is basically cluster of data centers. Yeah. So as you know, not every public cloud is the same. Everyone has a different offering. So we have a embedded high availability using the high availability zone. So these availability zones are interconnected with each other with very low latency, high availability, redundant, highly throughput coaxial cable. So if in case one of the AC goes down due to any of the reason, you have a high availability achieved by running the workload in the second AZ with a blink of eye. So this is just under the 10 millisecond latency. So if in case you are running any SAP HANA and you are giving the offering for high availability, because HANA has a requirement that it has a replication, I think, under a couple of seconds, right? So you can achieve it using the high availability of our infrastructure. Okay, so with that, what is AWS share responsibility model? So AWS provides the same familiar approach to secure to provide the security that companies have been using for decades. Importantly, it does this while also allowing the flexibility and providing you the low cost of cloud computing. So there are two things in a responsibility model. Is one becomes AWS responsibility, which is uh, security of the cloud. So AWS handles the security of the cloud, specifically this physical infrastructure that hosts your resources like data centers, non-descriptive facilities, 24 cross 7 security guards, two-factor authentication. I'm sorry. So yeah, so privately owned environment, everything. Yeah, and hardware infrastructure, software infrastructure, and networking infrastructure. On to the other hand, customer responsibility becomes to manage their SAP solutions, manage the platform underlying it, applications, giving the permission to the resources, and and yes, and many more. So that is a fine line between AWS and customer responsibility. What do we manage and what does customer manage? But in our security and assurance program, we have successfully completed multiple audits, attestations, and certification, which is very essential for SAP customers. One, they are residing their data on AWS. Different countries, different industries has a requirement of hosting their SAP workload on compliant infrastructure. So we have taken this heavy lifting of getting the platform certified, like of SOC 1, ISO, PCI DSS, FIPS, HIPAA, FedRAMP. Yeah, different countries having different norms. So uh, um, we have achieved this all certification already. So customers want put their workload on AWS, they inherit all of this certification. Yeah, we have uh, more than 90 certification achieved, more than any other provider has in the industry right now. Okay, with that, in our introduction, AWS Partner Network, we have uh, basically uh, 100 of partners helping SAP customers with the competency of SAP on AWS, like PlaceClan in India, Cognizant, Infosys, Lemongrass is a renowned partner. They also have their own offering on AWS. Uh, and Protera, Cider for the SMB sector, for Business One Solutions, TCS, Wipro, and many other partners helping with the consulting. And in consulting, it consists of SAP implementation, SAP preparing POCs, performance tuning, SAP sizing, onboarding, and also helping with the managed service. So this slide shows the various options that are available to customers when looking for both consulting and managed services. Yeah. So competency program is basically, once again, now those who are new to the session, again, I'm reiterating. So competency program is designed to provide AWS customer with top quality APN partners who have basically demonstrated their technical proficiency and proven success in a specialized solution area like of SAP. Yeah. So this competency offers a variety of services, and these customers also softwares and solution on AWS. Yeah. So the customers or the partners you can see onto the bottom of or your screen, those are mostly with the uh, SAP competency. Okay, so with that, we are in our first hour. Let's have a break for 10 minutes. Then we will move forward with making an understanding what are the core services for SAP on AWS. So yeah, I am going to put a timer for 10 minutes. And then we can begin with our next segment, understanding the core services for SAP on AWS. Okay, guys, welcome back. So now our next segment is to talk about AWS core services for running SAP workload onto the AWS. So for those who have just joined or might have joined in between, in our first segment, we have talked about our relationship with SAP. So AWS relationship with SAP has been 12 years long to run different uh, customers, different vertical of customers, leveraging the platform to become more agile, to become more faster, optimizing the cost to run on AWS. So we have talked about two-way doors. So two-way door is about trying out things on cloud, figuring out if that works for you, works for the customers, because SAP is a huge investment. Yeah, so not letting customer to stay with the technical debts, they can use AWS platform in a variety of ways. Yeah, so many of the customers are using for running their production SAP hosting all in the cloud, because SAP is a mission critical workload. If in case that's being impacted, the whole business is getting onto the halt. So yeah, many of the customer who are hosting the complete SAP environment onto the AWS cloud, and many of them are using it with for the business transformation with AWS. Customers are accelerating innovation by extending their SAP system to an externally broad and deep set of cloud services with it. So, in our almost last segment, we will talk about what beyond the core services. So, this part is very much we are going to talk about our core services, yeah, how customers are leveraging them, but we will talk about what's beyond that. Huh? So, customer running productions, getting business transformation, also using testing, training, POCs, project system, demo system to deploy their infrastructure and all system in a very short time without any commitment or any upfront cost, paying only for the resources they use and for the time period they want it. Two-way doors, guys. Also, not just production trial training, they are running their trial SAP solution as well. From selection of SAP solution, try them out on AWS at little or no cost, offering by SAP itself on AWS, like cloud appliance libraries, where SAP using the platform AWS and hosting their service, giving as a demo solutions to the customer to try out things. And many of the customers using in a hybrid SAP hosting as well. You so migrating existing SAP development system or test landscape. As you know that the SAP consists of multiple systems, like of SAP development, then SAP QA to do the doing the quality analysis, sometime at a production scale, right? And then there is the SAP production running. So basically, in a three different environment, and sometimes more than that, SAP training system as well. Yeah, so many customers are using or leveraging AWS to run their uh, production system on-premise because of many other reasons, and they extend SAP development or test landscape to the AWS cloud. Yeah, so and obviously they can easily enable the secure integration between the on-premise resources and AWS using the uh, Amazon VPC, virtual private cloud, which we will shortly talk about. Yeah, and many of the customers are using AWS cloud as a DR site as well for their on-premise SAP system. Yeah, so rather than expanding in uh, in a second physical site, which has a lot of expenses, from dirt to data to maintaining everything, they can extend it onto the cloud for infrastructure, standby infrastructure, on a more stable environment. Yeah, and yeah, many customers use AWS for recipe data and document archiving as well. maybe first to just dip their toe into the water and find out the benefits of the cloud, and over the period of time in a different phases they migrate their mission critical workloads as well. Yeah, so they leverage for archiving SAP business documents and data directly to the S3, or eliminating the need to buy more storage, hard to manage storage infrastructure on premise. So in this segment, we are going to cover the things I've talked about, how VPC is helping to extend onto the cloud, how different architectures customer can have in a variety of ways, how VPC makes it more secure and a better place to run SAP workloads. And we'll talk about from compute and storage point of view. Okay, so with that, at first, as you know, AWS has developed a very broad collection of services at a range of prices, right? Foundation services across compute, storage, security, and networking, which offers the maximum flexibility in the customer architecture. So what you can see on your screen is the different segments, from the infrastructure to the core services to the AIoT, IoT, and AI and machine learning as well. So customers are using a variety of services with SAP solution as well. So most importantly, three essential components that are needed for SAP runtime are the compute. Compute in AWS is EC2 instances. Storage can be a SAN NAS disk or a network shared file system, and most importantly, network, yeah, which is VLAN or DNS. Yeah, so for first the compute, we have virtual server. For the SAN, SAP to run the SAP altogether, and the DB file system. SAP solution like Business Suite or any solution you are running for their storage, you use the EBS, and there is a NAS disk, SAP application file system, which is a shared storage for the network. What are the services we use typically with SAP transport system? Yeah, so most of the call would be from the background of basis. They must understand what transport system is. To transport the new upgrades, new features, customizations, you use the transport systems, right? And SAP mount, the mounted SAP directories like USR, SAP for data, for log volume, and many others. And for the backups, in traditional ways, being used tapes, right? So what platform gives you is these offering, like starting from the, let me just bring my pen. So from the physical to virtual server, you leverage the EC2 instances. I'm not sure about the numbers, but we have more than 40, 50, or more than nearby that certified EC2 instances to run the SAP workload, yeah, specifically. And SanDisk, in SAP you use for SAP and DB file system, you can use EBS volume, which is directly connected to your EC2 instances, your persistent memory, and then there is a EFS, which is a file system, so network shared file system for your SAP transport system. For SAP mount system, runs on a region level within a region, yeah. So there is no requirement for you to maintain any of the storage hardware or maintaining it, configuring it. You just create EFS file system and attach it to your EC2 instances. More to that we will cover, yeah. So simple S3, simple storage service. How do we leverage it? It's by the way, storage for the internet. So you can use it for multiple use cases. Very prominently used for SAP customer is to leverage it for the backup files, because it has a very high availability and durability, and we will talk about it. So let's start with first with VPC from the networking side. It's very essential how VPC is shaping up the SAP environments. So you can build your VPC for SAP customers in many ways. Every environment is unique. Requirements are unique, priorities are unique, security is unique as well. Yeah. So how you position it. So what VPC is basically, VPCs are logical isolation, which provide the several capabilities, including bringing your own own internal IP range to build your own VPC. And each VPC has a typically multiple subnets into it. So you can build your private and public subnets. Based on that, you can put your SAP workloads into it. For example, SAP router. SAP router is uh, a solution from SAP, which acts as a proxy server. So if in case SAP wants to access uh, any of your machine to troubleshoot something, just to have a quick check on your environment from the support side, or any other user partner can also use it. So they give this SAP router in the DMZ zone, so you can connect to that. From there and you have the secure access. So once you create within the VPC public and private subnets, yeah, you can limit the accessibility as well, who can access in the public, and from the public who can access what. So it's an additional layer it can create using the subnets. And then there are other hybrid tools, like to connect from your on-premise environment to the uh, cloud environment using the direct connect, and AWS VPN, transit gateway, your connectivity between the VPC. So we will see how what is the benefit of creating the multiple VPCs, right? So why would someone create multiple VPCs? Transit gateway, Route 53 for external communication, for your DNS, private link if you want to securely give access to multiple AWS services. For example, in the private link, if in case you are EC2 to run your HANA server, right? So let's consider you are running HANA DB, yeah, and you want to put backups onto the S3. Why would you transfer all the traffic over the internet and send it to the S3? So you can create an endpoint for the S3. For example, I'm just giving example. So for S3, you will create an endpoint. So leveraging the internal bandwidth, you can upload any of your data, like maybe your backups or anything. So that's where you use the VPC private link. So your traffic doesn't go over the internet, public internet, and very securely you can communicate between the AWS services, leveraging AWS bandwidth and the backbone of network. Like that, there are a lot of networking solutions. Let's see how these are working. So VPC creating with public and private connectivity. Yeah. So as mentioned, you can build VPC for customer in many ways. So on to the right side, you can see it's a corporate network. And in the cloud, you create one VPC on a region level. And within that, you have availability zones, right? So like it's a Mumbai region. And within that, there is AZ1, there is AZ2 for high availability. These are interlinked with each other with very low latency cables. And typically, the availability zones are apart from 0 to 100 miles with each other. Yeah, if this whole availability goes down due to any of the region, this will be act as a high available second location. Yeah, that's how you can plan your environment as well. So within that, within AZ, you can create a private subnet, and you can also create your public subnet. So in a public subnet, you can access to like of SAP router over the internet. So it shows us the internet gateway. Yeah, so it is in the DMZ zone. From there in, you can connect to your private subnets as well. So, okay, let me just remove my scribbing. And you can see in the private subnet, you can give an static elastic IP, which is, by the way, a hard requirement for the SAP router system as well. Then you can give the access to your external users. That's how you can create your VPC with one public and private connectivity as well. And then for your ERP solution, if you want secure connection with your corporate network, you can use connectivity using Direct Connect. Direct Connect is a dedicated bandwidth provided through AWS partners like of TCL, I think, and many other partners. So they give a direct connection with your corporate network over the dedicated bandwidth of 1 Gbps and 10 Gbps. So you can leverage that private connectivity or maybe VPN as well to connect to your ERP solutions. From there on, you can connect to another private subnet. So they might have a different solutions running a QA server from here on, or maybe a DB server here. If you want access, you can limit that based on to the subnets. Yeah, so that's a one use case to have a VPC with the public and private connectivity. And definitely, what changed? What changed is basically you can use the S3 bucket for for multiple reasons. So you can use it for the backup files. You can use it for the residing the log files which you would like to parse further. And for that, you can create what? Any guesses? It is VPC endpoint. So it has a private connectivity with it. And CloudWatch is a monitoring system. Yeah. In a private subnets, there is one thing, there is a no routing table entry to the internet gateway. Yeah. So no internet connectivity, you can see. So you can use public public subnet for to use it as a jump server. So basically, your basis people help you architecting this, how we can leverage this VPC in a better way. We plan it together. Yeah. So so what else we can put in a public subnet? Maybe a web dispatcher as well. That can still be in the private subnet, but yeah, uh, we can still put SAP Web Dispatcher in there. Why jump server should be in a public subnet? To give accessibility from the outside. Sorry, now I didn't mean to give you the accessibility of jump server. That could be in the yeah, Jumpbox. We use it for Jumpbox in to give you the access to the internal server. So where do we keep it? So either you use a NAT instance in there, yeah. So or maybe a proxy or a bastion host in there in a private subnet. I exactly mean by that, not in the public subnet, by the way. Yeah. So if it is that there, that could be a breach. So yeah, in a private subnet, I mean by that. So Mr. Shock, that was a question. Okay, so we can also have VPC with the private connectivity. So as mentioned, it can variate. So some customers pattern is application are accessible only internally, but limited access to provided to the non-external party. For example, SAP process integration or SAP process orchestration services, PIPO, that can be used from internal interfaces but non external parties might also allow to interface with the software from the whitelisted IPs only, right? So customer may also want to integrate with the external SaaS solutions like SAP SuccessFactors, Cloud Platform, Ariba to add the functionality to the SAP solution running on AWS. So here we just have a private connectivity, no public subnet in there for that matter. So some of the customer choose only the private connectivity for their network as well. And then let's have a look on to the VPS defense. So how how VPC is helping to uh, defending against the uh, onto the instance level, onto the subnet level. So what do we see here? Basically, at very baseline, we have first EC2 instances, maybe running SAP HANA, running SAP any solution in there, and there is a first instance level security group available. So inbound, outbound traffic is controlled by security groups, which is called sometimes firewall for the EC2 instances. Yeah, and then to isolate network functions, we have subnets, and for the subnets, you have NACLs to limit the traffic. Explicitly, you can put which IP can get accessed into the subnet and which should not. You can put the rules in the NACLs as well. Yeah, so on the VPC level to the subnet, you can limit the access as well. And definitely you can you can also put the routing table uh, which shall have the access to the internet and which place should not. So VPC give you the different level of security in itself onto the instance level, onto the network level, and you can limit your internet connectivity as well by designing your VPC in a different ways. Okay, so with that, VPC design patterns for SAP landscape, customers have flexibility to leverage the AWS accounts and deploy VPC in several ways as well. So basis teams and SAP teams will have to work together with the infra team to understand the layout. Obviously, based on your requirement, you can position what typically I showed you is two options. You can have entirely private VPC or with the conjunction of uh, private and public as well. Okay, so then let's have a look onto the VPC with a just single VPC, and we are using VPC in uh, using a multiple VPC for different uh, SAP environments, and then why and what are the benefits of using multiple VPC with multiple account architectures. So VPC pattern here, what we are seeing, we are using or leveraging one single VPC only, having public subnets or private subnets into it. So we have different SAP environment. You can see SAP production subnet, which is hosting all of the production environment, SAP quality subnet for the QA server, and ultimate subnet as well. So within one VPC, single VPC, we have created multiple subnets and housing the SAP workload. So this is good for high performance computing environment, which may work best entirely within one VPC. So as a single VPC environment will have a lower latency than one spread across multiple VPCs, right? So another benefit of this would be to benefit, I would say, or say the pattern would be relevant for um, identity management environment. Maybe the best be limited to one VPC for best security. Yeah, for a team, for small team application supported by a one person would be very easier to manage this all VPC. So it's a small team managing it. So there you can use a single VPC pattern as well. Yeah, so that would be the right approach. And then we are using VPC with single account, multiple VPC. So you can see here we are using VPCs, multiple VPCs, and they are transferring the traffic using the transit gateway. So multi VPC patterns are best suitable for a single team altogether when a team is working on it, or the organization that will maintain full control over the provisioning and management of all resources in each application environment. For example, a single team developing a large e-commerce application may use this pattern when a developer has a full access to the dev environment and production environment. Yeah, only limited to that. And also, this pattern is very common with the MSPs, managing all resources in a test and production environment explicitly. Yeah, so you can have a multi VPC span across. And on to the other hand, you can have multiple accounts managing the multiple VPCs. So you can see there is a one account, second, third, fourth. Yeah, so different account housing the different SAP service. So here you have a SAP shared services. In that you have a QA server, uh, server as a different account, in a dev server different account, and production account. So this multiple VPC and account patterns are best suited for the enterprise customers, so organization deploying application manage across multiple teams. For example, an organization supporting two or more teams may use this pattern to support developers having full access to the dev environment resources, but very limited or maybe no access to the production environment. So you can limit more, and yeah. So, but yeah, there's some additional factor comes in, like more stringent uh, networking is required in there, and you have to do a lot of ports opening between the environments, between the different accounts altogether. But yes, you can leverage into these three different modes. So you can use a one single VPC, multiple VPC, or multiple accounts with a multiple VPC based on your organization size, based on your requirement. Yes, again, now your basis and SAP production team have to come together and weave and build it together. So what are the impacts on SAP landscape? Altogether, once you choose a different type of VPC, for connectivity perspective, integration between different system with the landscape impacts the SAP application and DB connectivity. So you have to manage your security groups and NACLs. Very explicitly, you have to open the ports and DB ports between the applications to communicate, like port 32 like 993 to 99 is for the SAP router, yeah, from a public subnet to give access to maybe production system, to the QA system, to a DB system. You have to open the port, and yeah, for the HANA you have to open the 30015, yeah, and 50013. So multiple ports you have to open if you are using multiple VPCs. Connectivity between SAP server running on AWS and non-SAP system running on on-premise, like for using VPN connections, using the direct connect. So third-party system that integrates between the non-production and production system, like masking softwares based on whether the third-party software system is considered as a production or non-production. It will be deployed appropriately between the subnets. So many things changes. Again, basis team and SAP team have to come together and build it. But multiple options are there to leverage the VPC. So VPC account design impacts on other things from operational perspective. With single AWS account snapshot, AMIs are default available within that account. So for example, if I take a backup of one of the EC2 instances, that will be residing within that uh, account. So if it is multiple accounts I'm using, if in case I want to use that backup for the QA server, right, to test something on a production scale or something, I need to take that snapshot from one account to different account. For that, you can use a different tools from AWS, like a backup, like of organizations, and many others. So when using multiple account architecture, they need to be explicitly shared, yes. And automation need to set up again from different accounts like EC2 instances roles, based images, S3 bucket access, and you have to explicitly open that too. Now with the VPC, once you have network architecture in design, how you are going to put your production system, how you are going to put your um, QA system, then next come the EC2 instances. So what EC2 is, um, they are virtualized server in Amazon data centers, which is specifically designed to make web scale computing easier for the developers. Yeah, so using the console, you can obtain this. You can get access to the servers, and you can provision them, and yeah, and you can scale up and scale down quickly as the requirement increases. You can increase the RAM, ROM, and on the go you can go for the encryption. You can take the backups, launch it somewhere else, and then you pay only for what you use. Yeah, and you can use the familiar operating system very prominently used like SUSE and Red Hat with the SAP solutions. Those are available as an AMIs, which is Amazon Machine Image. Yeah. So altogether, procuring the server now been reduced very massively in terms of hosting the SAP solution. So you are just a click away to get a certified hardware available for you in a virtualized way. Yeah. So as an easy to run your SAP workloads. So Amazon EC2 provides wide uh, selection of instances types optimized to fit different use cases. Like we have general purpose here, M type, M5 type. So what has SAP on top of it? Those all are certified uh, type of EC2 instances are available on on AWS, like R type, R5 type for memory optimized to run your SAP HANA database. Yeah, you can use R types, and X1 is specifically created for the in-memory databases, high in-memory database workload to run. And then there is a bare metal as well, which gives you direct access to the hardware level, yeah, physical level, and then you can run your own operation, your hosting, your machines, and you have a full control on to it. Now we'll talk more about the offerings onto the EC2 bare metal. We call it right tool for the right job. It okay, so it could be that you are beginning uh, trying out the things with the general purpose. As your demand grows, you can move from M to C and C to R as well. So you can move between the instances as well as your requirement increases. So you don't have to wait for weeks to get new servers to reach out to you. Okay, so current generation available on Amazon EC2 instances which are certified for SAP workload. M5 uh, start from 96 VPC vCPU, 384 RAM, network bandwidth of 25 Gbps, storage for like EBS volume 19,000 Mbps, and then you will get relevant SAPs with it, like how many SAPs it does support. Yeah, so these all are certified uh, EC2 instances. These are more than I think 30, around 30, 40. Yeah, so you can find this whole list on our platform as well. What are the supported EC2 instances are available onto this level. And then there is a X1E, which is a large family. You can see one single node. You can use it to run the 4 TB of RAM for in-memory workload, like of S4 HANA. So many customers are using it. Like one of the customers is Brooks Brother. I'll share that case study with you. They are leveraging X1 family to run their high memory workloads. And then there is a certified environment for bare metal, which is with the family of U family. Yeah, so you get a direct access. One node can be up to 24 TB. I know there might not be a lot of customers for that, but yes, we are ready for the futures already, and this can scale up to the 48 terabyte as well. If in case customer demand increases, they want to scale out. Not this, by the way, using the 12 terabyte of there is a, by the way, 12 terabyte as well, which can scale up to the 48 TB. Yeah, so you family can go up to that for OLTP workloads. And for OLAP, which is analytics workload, for example, for data warehouse, can scale out up to 100 TB as well. So yeah, these are very high memory workloads are available. How we have pulled it together using the Nitro system. We will talk about Nitro system in coming slides. So we have a variety of EC2 instances to run any type of workload, from business suite to the all-in-one to business one, to run onto the R type or to the C type, as well as for HANA, majorly using the X family. So lower cost, increased performance, continuous performance improvements. So AWS has been improving performance for its instances by launching new generation. So you can see there is a generation increment. We had earlier C3, now running C5. I think C6 is also queued or already been launched. So as we increase the family, we innovate and we optimize them to run more faster. And obviously the cost saving as compared to the performance with the previous families. Yeah. So price decline, well, onto the cost factor, we have reduced prices 72 times. We talked about it early in the morning. Agility, so agility gives you the capability of experimenting more. So two-way door, try out things on a production scale on AWS. If you find a right platform for you, you can move that to the production environment, or maybe if you figure it out like solution is not up to the mark, you can stop using it, right? Maybe you need to use a different family to check the workload performance. Yeah, so you can shorten the procurement cycle from weeks, as it's been like couple of weeks to get the resources available to you. And give you an example. Many times what our support team earlier used to in SAP have seen, sometimes customers are using the non-certified hardware as well. So what would happen in that case? Customer has already purchased the hardware environment. uh, they have invested into hardware a lot, and after that SAP claims that no, we cannot help you further because you are using something which we do not support. Maybe a SUSE Linux they do not support, or maybe some uh, older patch of SAP you are running on, or version you are running on. Yeah, it's not anymore supported by SAP. So you are stranded in between. So try out new things. You might need to buy new hardware, and for that you will have to wait for sometimes couple of weeks to months even. Yeah, so that's been shortened. If in case something you want to run on a production scale in a matter of weeks, you can leverage the cloud and spin up the servers and get ready with it. Take backup from your on premise, and you can run on a production scale on certified hardware by SAP. So that's the beauty to give you the agility to run onto the AWS. Greater scalability to respond to the business changes, and you can add RAM, remove or reduce the memory as the business also changes. There's a low requirement, you can drop it down and pay lesser. Yeah. Keep current, test and deploy patches, order to magnitude faster, as given example, and rapid innovation. Try out new ideas, take them to market faster. Try out what are the other modules can work for you. maybe Hybris, another solution, and no refresh cycle. So typically, after 3 or 5 years, SAP customers have to refresh the hardware because of the performance degradation, and with the addition of the new technology in the market, like new launch of uh, Intel hardware or something. So you have to add, you have to refresh the hardware. You have a typical refresh cycle between 3 or 5 years. So that's taken away from you. So you can just move from one instance to another to just move from the older uh, host you are running your workload onto. With EC2, purchasing is very essential. How do you purchase your instances? So on, like for on demand is like paying per hour. Maybe you are going for some training environment, you need it for like couple of hours, 2 3 4 hours. You might go for the on demand environment or any test environment, right? So you will pay for per hour only. So that's like that is specifically used for the spiky workloads, or to define or very limited needs, like you want to use it for only couple of hours, and you pay only for hourly rate with no long term commitments. Yeah, you can increase, or similarly you can still increase or decrease your compute capacity depending on your demand. And then there is a reserve instances. What reserve instances? Where you reserve the capacity, EC2 capacity, for 1 or 3 years. What is the benefit? You get a significant discount up to 75% as compared to the on demand. Yeah, like $1, it will be around $5. Yeah, so 25 cents or something. So it's a way cheaper as compared to the on demand. So what type of workload you use it? For example, you are sure that you are going to run HANA database for a very longer period of time. Obviously, application server might you launch 2 or 3 for increased demand, right? That way you can use on demand for a couple of hours. Maybe for the weekend you need them. If you are running any website for hybrids, and on to the other hand, database is going to stay there. Yeah, your central server is going to stay there. So for that, you can commit your workload for 1 or 3 years, and you can get a benefit of uh, significant discounts for up to 75%. And then there is sport instances for your fault tolerant workload. So what spot instances are basically, this is unused capacity within our data centers. One data center is typically having 50 to 80,000 servers, and we have a cluster of data centers, not like one AZ is one data center, it's a cluster of data center, and those are not being used at their maximum potential all the time. So what are the resources available? We give it out on a very, very low cost, up to 90% uh, cheaper as compared to the on-demand environments. Yeah, so that's when you can use the spot instances, but you have to be uh, mindful about what type of workload you are using with it. Yeah, like you have running 100 of application servers. So if in case there's an increased demand, peak of demand for some time, you can use spot instances there. What's the one difference in there? You might be thinking, why not on demand? Obviously, there is a one caveat there is spot instances can be taken back if there is increase in demand uh, within the 2 minutes of warning. Yeah, so that can be taken back by AWS, but yeah, you can use it for in a time insensitive workloads. As given example, if you are already running 100 of application server, just for the increase of demand, you consider you can launch 10 20 spot instances rather than using on demand instances. If 10 of them even taken back from you by AWS, still 10 or 15 will be there, but altogether the cost will be very low. By the way, spot instances are in itself, it's a very deep topic. I would highly encourage you to have a look onto that. Deep topic in not in terms of understanding what spot instances is, but deep to understand how to use which type of workload you can use it with. Yeah. So there is a different strategies you can apply with it. Like there is a type of called as spot block, which gives you 1 to 6 hours uh, to keep your spot instances in there. So there is no time limit, by the way. Uh, for example, uh, if spot instances, you took one spot instances which had a price of 0.0035, which is designed by AWS algorithm from the backend. Yeah, and with the increase in demand, this price goes up 0.35, like 0.37 it has become. So then it will be taken from you. Yeah, if in case you put maximum, there is an option where you can put the maximum price you are ready to pay for. Like I put like I'm ready to pay $1 for it. Until unless the price don't shoot up to the $1, it will not be taken from you. Yeah, so you can also put the maximum price you are ready to pay for. 95% percent time we have seen, it's not been taken away from the customers, most of the EC2 instances type. So what you can do, you can have a look onto the spot uh, advisor. There's a spot advisor which advises you which type of EC2 instances is being interrupted by AWS in a near past. Yeah, so you can see the whole history down there. So below 5% is number there, nearby 5 or more than yeah, so just 5% is being interrupted. You can find, I have shown you the list of EC2 instances which are supported to run SAP workload. You can find how many times those been interrupted, how much what's the percentage there. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Shok, I'm hoping I have answered your question. And then there is a dedicated instances and host available. So as you know, SAP is a very unique requirement to run your workload, and for the licensing, it's also very unique. You get a dedicated hardware key, and that changes if in case something being changed from the hardware level. As you know about it, if something changes on the hardware level, your license is changed. You have to generate a new key. You have to generate a new license key. So it's a very stringent requirement to run on a dedicated environment. You have a dedicated host. As you know, cloud is a shared environment. So that's where you can use the uh, dedicated option of purchasing as well, which is available as on demand and as a reserve instances. So you can launch the uh, dedicated environments or a dedicated EC2 instances for you. Yeah, what dedicated host is basically, it's a physical Amazon EC2 server dedicated to your use. It can help you to reduce the cost by allowing you to use your existing server bound software licenses. You can bring them, including Windows, SQL Server, SUSE. That is subjected to your, by the way, licensing term, but you can bring that. Yeah, you can also help to meet compliance requirement as well, regulatory or compliance requirement to run on a dedicated hardware. And dedicated host can be purchased once again on demand and also on a reservation up to the 70% off on demand prices. These both are available. Okay, yes, Mayank, this presentation will be provided to all of you after my session. Key features to continue self-service: you can launch as many as you want, as many times as you want, and for production scale, for non-production scale, you can launch EC2 instance from using the console, using the CLI, and get started with it. Once I was when I was With SAP, I also tried myself running my own workload onto the SAP on AWS just to figure out and finding out how environment would look like with the different VPCs, HANA, and using the ELB. So you can try it out as well. So AMIs is a base OS. So like SUSE prepared images to launch EC2 instances. I will very quickly show you the instance types I have been talking about in console, and also some of the AMIs which are tailored for running the uh, SAP workload. Yeah, so like SUSE tailored images. Multiple instance types are available to support your different workloads. Enable termination protection, CloudWatch detail monitoring. I don't want to go each and every of details. These all are, by the way, act as a sum is a greater than its part. You can enable the CloudWatch monitoring, where you can find out the CPU utilization and another monitoring events, and automating the configuration like as instance launch and many others. Very specifically, I want to call out the placement groups. So placement group is for clustering or scattering your recipe environment. As you know, there are sometimes tens and hundreds of application servers supporting the whole uh, load coming in. That's where you can use the placement group. So in the two forms, scattered, placement group scattered, if in case uh, so as you know, everything runs on the cloud on top of a host. So what if in case you launch 10 application server on a one host? You don't know, you don't have a view on where your instances are launched. Or what if in case your instance goes down? Your host basically goes down, your virtualized host, the hardware level, there is any issue. You have to consider everything fails for every time, so you have to be prepared for that. So you can scatter your application servers, so you can use a placement group that those all are scattered, like not on the same host. If in case in the event of losing connectivity from the host, not everything is impacted at the same time. Maybe five of application servers impacted, not all of them, right? Yeah. And that at the same time, placement group, yes, I'm explaining the placement group. At the same time, when you scatter them, you can also cluster them. So if in case you want to run for very low latency workload, because again this can launch in a different facility, different environment, but you want a low latency, you want to group them at one place, you can cluster your EC2 instances as well. Yeah, so they will be launched on a same host, so you can have a low latency between your NQ server, or between your maybe uh, other servers. Yeah, as we use it with the SAP. So you can also cluster them, you can also scatter them off, you can group them up. That's what the placement group is about. Okay, I'm hoping Nitin, I have answered your question as well. Thank you. So other key EC2 features are elastic IP can be assigned to at any point of time. How you can add ENI. ENI is basically elastic network interface, to which you can assign IP address for public access. You can assign a security groups or MAC address, whatever you want, you can do that. You can have a CLI access, you can run commands, and you can launch configuration and use auto scaling. So onto the auto scaling, I'm hoping we have one slide to talk about, but to just give you a whiff about it. So what auto scaling is, to automatically scale up and scale down based on the requirement. If in case there is a lot of uh, demand has increased, so based on that, you can launch more application servers as required, right? Or more NQ server, whatever you want, you can launch automatically based on your demand, or yeah, you can auto scale up or scale down. You don't have to manually go and add the capacity. How it does work, you can assign a launch configuration. Launch configuration will consist, for example, it's an application server, you want to add more. You will create an AMI, which is a base ISO image, let's consider that way. So that base image will consist the configuration, like this is having the application server into it and all the requirements. Yeah. And once your CPU utilization is uh, near to 90% or more than equal to 90% or more than 90%, launch a new application server, or maybe two more in a different AZ. That's what you can do with the auto scaling. Yeah, you can put an alert, and based on that, add more uh, compute, add more. By the way, horizontally, you can add more resources. Okay, so one thing also here is instance role. Provide access to the other services like S3 and run command. For example, if you want to upload your database backup, you are running HANA database on one of the EC2 box. When I say box, I mean by EC2 instance. You take a backup on maybe EBS volume, which is attached storage. We are going to cover next. And you want to upload it to the S3, and you want to give this access to the not to your user who is a developer and using or maybe uh, uh, a person who is just managing the HANA configuration. You don't want to give access to the S3. So what you can do, you can give this role to this EC2 instance, which will have the IAM role of S3. So either it's a dev person who is logged into the EC2 instance will inherit the access to S3, or maybe it's let's consider finance person, they will get download all the pictures from the S3. So whatever. So you can give the temporarily role to your EC2 instances as well. Not to the users, but to the EC2 instances. Auto recovery we will cover next. And very easy to upgrade, resize the hardware. So how exactly it does happen in minutes? All you need to do is shut down your resources, and you change the instance type using the AWS console, like from M family to C family. That will launch on a different hardware altogether. Yeah, physical hardware X to physical hardware Y, and then you have it hosted on a different environment altogether, physical environment. Yeah. So at the same time, Amazon EBS persists the volume that are mapped by default. So no storage is being changed. You have the same volume, you have the same drives, but the physical hardware is being changed. Yeah. That you can do for hardware upgrades in just a very small downtime, like a just quick restart. And next is auto recovery. So we talked about if in case your physical host runs into any error, what will happen in that case? Your SAP virtual machine will be impacted, right? So yeah, with a host or hypervisor failure, loss of connectivity will happen. SAP virtual machine will remain unavailable by the time it is not fixed. But what about your workload, which is running on top of this hypervisor or this hardware? So for that, you can trigger the EC2 auto recovery, so which will automatically recover an EC2 instance when underlying check fails due to any reason: loss of network connectivity, loss of power, software issue, physical host. So what is the consideration here is to always think of anything can fail anytime, so you prepare for that. For that, we have auto recovery. What it will do: persistence memory will remain mapped. It will launch again on a different hardware with the same family, like it was running on uh, M family EC2 instance. It will launch again in here, but a different hardware. So you will not have a long downtime. So in a matter of a few minutes, it will up and running. So what we are using here is the CloudWatch alarms, which will let us know that system has went into any failure. So automatically this will be recovered rather than now you wait for hardware impairment to be fixed. Okay, next is the block storage. Before that, let me take some of the questions. Hi, will this presentation slides will be shared? Yes, it will be certainly. Developed our placement groups like availability sets we find in Azure IaaS. I'm sorry, I have trouble remembering the name from different providers, but this could be, yeah. So we need to have a one-off chart between Azure and AWS to understand that. But yeah, placement groups are basically to place your EC2 instances either in a scattered form or either in a um, clustering form. Yeah. So next one, can we change the instance family, say from M5 large to T3 medium? Oh, okay. So are there any limitation in doing so? So it's a exact. By the way, it's an option to you are asking to reduce. As far as I remember, it had to be with the same cost or the higher cost you can change to if you are using convertible RIs, Mayank. But with the saving plans, I need to check it. So I will also encourage you to have a look onto the saving plans. Saving plans gives you more flexibility as compared to the reserve instances where you can switch between the instance family. But uh, one thing is there, you can either move up to the higher prices or higher family or to the equivalent one. So that was the one condition there. But I need to check if that changes with the saving plans as well. Saving plans are fairly new one. That's why I might need to have a look onto that. If you can also downgrade, so it's sort of downgrading your EC2 instances like M5 large to lower one. So there is a Mayank, I'm hoping I have answered your question, but I have taken a note. What about saving plans? Yeah, I will also encourage to have a look onto that. But for the RIs, if you have M5, you have to go to the equal prices or above that for the convertible RIs. And there is a question on auto recovery. Do we need to have manual intervention? No, it's all auto recovery, Pabitra. So that will be taken care by AWS automation. And then there is a question, what is the recovery time? So typically a couple of minutes for it to. It depends upon some other factors like uh, booting up your uh, system. If in case it's a HANA, it might take some of the time, right? But yeah, it takes a couple of minutes to recover it. Recovery time, yeah. No manual intervention, by the way. And next one is EBS, which is Elastic Block Storage. But before that, let's see the whole family of the storage before we go one by one. So altogether, AWS provides low-cost data storage with high durability and availability. AWS offers storage choices for backups, for archiving, for disaster recovery use cases, and also provide block, file, and object storage. All three storage types are available, which has a different purpose. We will dig into in a second. Like for EFS is a shared file system that can be attached to various EC2 instances. So what do you think, guys, where we would use it? Transport file system, right, which requires connectivity with the multiple EC2 instances. SAP mount file system. So SAP MNT for mounting the file system for your HANA, maybe extending the data logs or log volumes for a backup. You can use shared resources as well. And SAP software, if you want to uh, share the SAP software with the different users. For example, you install the uh, client, basically the graphical user interface at multiple machines. Either you download from one place again and again, or you put it on a shared drive, right? From wherein you can access your SAP software and install it. For example, GUI, uh, your client, or maybe your what else can be there? Softwares, your SAP card, maybe. Yeah, so you can use a shared resources to put your software. And EBS for SAP file system, for HANA for your business applications, for low latency file system to create as a volume. You can use EBS, which are attached to the EC2 instances. For S3, you can use this object-based storage for the backups of SAP softwares. For HANA, for your uh, transport system or anything, you can use S3 for as a backup storage. But what if in case you want to use uh, archival data to store, where you can use the Amazon Glacier, which is very cost effective, like at the cost of 0.0011, or sorry, $0.004 per GB, you can use the Amazon Glacier to put your data onto it. Yeah, so that's a one tier of the S3 called as a now S3 Glacier. Very highly scalable, durable. You can put any amount of data onto that. So in addition to these AWS services, several data transfer mechanisms are available for migration and hybrid operations. Like for internet VPN, you can directly use it. For public or private connectivity, CloudFront, which is a CDN network, content distribution network, delivery network, you can use it. Uh, Direct Connect, we talked about for direct connectivity with your data centers. You can still use it for the migration as well, not for just a dedicated bandwidth. Kinesis Firehose for real-time data ingestion in TBs. You can use Firehose S3 transfer acceleration. Leveraging the CloudFront, you can upload the data as well using the AWS bandwidth, AWS backbone of network. You can use the storage gateway. We'll talk about it. Snowball and ISV connectors. Don't worry, we're gonna have a look onto that as well. So yeah, these all are connectivity to transfer the data, but more than that, we have some other tools like of data sync to upload the data as well. App sync, I believe, yeah, internally used for syncing between the applications. So yeah, with that, let's start with the EBS, but I think let's take a break of 10 minutes before that, and then we will resume and go with the EBS, discussing how we can use it with AWS. So guys, let's have a break for 10 minutes and then we will resume. I'm going to put a clock on your screen in a minute. Just a second. Yeah, so let's catch back in 10 minutes. Okay, guys, we are back with our this segment wherein we are going to talk about storages and how those are being used. So EC2 we have talked about. EC2 is an instance, and for that to create volumes, you use EBS, which is a block storage as a service. Yeah, so it's a persistent memory, like it's attaching a hard disk to your compute. That's what the EC2 having EVS attached to it. You can have a uh, drive A, drive B, drive C, so you can have a multiple drives attached to one EC2 instances, right? So uh, that's what it is. If in case you have installed SAP on it, this might have SAP USR, your SAP Business One installation. This have maybe your HANA volume to install like OPT, like USR. We created this is what EBS is for. Yeah, you can install multiple volumes. Install, I mean by that, attach. These are being attached as a virtualized volumes. Yeah, and detach and attach between the instances. So if in case this has all the backups, and you take a snapshot of it or backup of it, which is by the way two different things, you can attach to different EC2 instances. Yeah, then you use that backup, or maybe you attaching it to those different EC2 instance. You want to launch a new HANA system or whatever you want to do. So this can be reattached or attached, or maybe this EC2 instance is running in one region one in Mumbai, and you want to launch a new uh, DR site, or maybe want to check something on a production scale in a different region, and you can launch in a different region, taking the backup of it, a snapshot, and create a volume, create an image, and launch in a different part of the world. Yeah, so that's what you can very much do. You can increase volume, size, performance live without application downtime. Yes, you can do that. You can increase and decrease without disrupting the ongoing operations. Separate boot volume for data volume. So like this might having your own OS, this might have your SAP, this might have your third party installation and everything, or your backup service. Yeah, so you can have a different volume for different purpose. Yeah, volume can be encrypted, so on the fly. If in case during launch you can choose to encrypt them, so everything you're putting onto it, reciting the data on volume, will be encrypted. Or maybe if you have forgotten it, you can still do it by taking a snapshot, and you can encrypt maybe after that. Once you create a volume out of it, you can now encrypt the volume then. Okay, so yes, this resides between the availability zone, and like if in case one volume has any issues, physical or network issues, automatically there is a one backup is already been taken by AWS for high availability. Yeah, so that's been done by AWS for each of your volume. Multiple volumes, yeah, this is what we have covered. This is just representation that within one availability zone this exists. And then what are the types of volumes available? So there are two types majorly, as we remember: SSD, solid state drives, faster as compared to the hard disk drive. Different purposes to use them. Yeah, so SSD are backed up for the transactional workload such as database, boot volumes. Performance depends primarily on the IOPS. IOPS is input output per second, the transactions, right? For on the other hand, hard disk drive is HDD back. HDD is hard disk drive back storage, which is depends upon the uh, throughput requirements. So for the throughput intensive workload, such as big data warehouse, for SAP, for log processing, depends upon primarily on MB per second you require. You choose HDD type. Yeah. So It is denoted by GP2 general purpose. Usually you start your workload with GP2, and based on your requirement, you can switch in between the families. There's no addition cost of switching, but yeah, if you're using provision IOPS, that will have a different cost associated with it. And that goes with if in case you figure it out, like you have a more storage than your operations, you can either go to the throughput optimize as well, and that you can do on the fly, so it's not like you have to wait for some time. Okay, so there is another type called as a magnetic is available, that is very much like just simple drive for any data to dump in there. Yeah, that you can also use, very cheap uh, storage type. Comparison, it is on the screen. I'm not going to get into details very much, but yeah, for your reference, like for throughput, you can see GP2 gives you 250 MB per second, and there is a throughput optimized give you 500 MB per second as well. This has a high throughput as well, yeah, per volume. Uh, yeah, and call HDD has a lower one. So IOPS 80,000 can burst maximum per instance. Yeah, so this can achieved by also doing the RAID, as you remember, like creating the array of disk to achieve higher IOPS. You can also do that. We'll cover that further. But maximum IOPS, input output operations per second, you can have is 80,000. Max throughput is this much you can achieve, and dominant performance attribute for GP2 and provision IOPS is IOPS for sure, and for hard disk is the megabyte per second. How much megabyte it can uh, read per second. What is encryption? ABS encryption is to encrypt your root or data volume. We just covered very swiftly. Like you can see in your screenshot here, there is an option while creating a volume. If in case you have forgotten during creation of uh, creating the ABS volume, you can do it later. You can encrypt it by just selecting this option. Now performance is impacted and it has no additional cost to use it. All of the ABS type does support it. So there is a question about what is the IOPS provide per GB for SSD and HDD. So here you can see there's a per MB is given per maximum IOPS per volume. You can see 16,000, 64,000 for 16 KB and 500 for MB. Input output in here, and then there is a 250. So this can be converted into GB as well, but the numbers are given here. Maximum IOPS per volume is here, which you can achieve by default. Okay, so next one is to RAID. If in case you want higher IOPS to achieve, which is not sufficiently given by the already available IOPS by the volumes, so you can do the RAID. So with EBS, you can use any of the standard RAID configuration that you can use with a traditional bare metal server as well. As long as that particular RAID configuration is supported by the operating system for your instance, you can use it. This is because all RAID is accomplished at the software level, right? So that has to be supported. For greater IO performance, then you can achieve with a single volume. RAID 0 can stripe multiple volume together. For on-instance redundancy, RAID 1 can mirror two volumes together. Yeah, so you can do it, achieving the higher rates. Higher IOPS, you can bring the you can stripe the multiple volumes together and achieve higher IOPS. For SSD, if you want storage requirement is more than 16 TB, you can achieve it. So one file, as you know, one EBS volume can be of maximum 16 TB. If it is greater than that storage requirement, you can array that. EBS cost, every tier or every type of volume has a different cost. Here for GP2 is 0.10 GB, and that that differs based on to the uh, that differs based on to the uh, region as well. So if you change the region, it might have a different cost. Not a very high difference in the cost, but a minimal difference you will observe. Yeah. So you can see it's a very cost effective to use it, like $0.10 per GB. Okay, with that object storage, where would we use it? So typically we use S3, which is the object storage only available onto the AWS. Is the center of any SAP backup and recovery solution on AWS. You will find it is onto the S3. So it provides, as you know, highly durable storage infrastructure designed for mission critical primary data storage. So having a different 7 tiers based on the workload you want to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and am I missing anything? 6 tiers, yeah. So yeah, so that's available for you to decide a different type of data storage. For example, for backups which you want to retrieve like every probably second, third day, every weekly, maybe you want to put onto the standard tier because there is a no retrieval charge. And on to the other hand, in there is a before we come to the standard one, let's talk about the standard intelligent one. Let's talk about standard infrequent access. For example, if you want to keep a data backup and you are not going to access it for a week, 2, 3, or maybe month, that is better to be residing into the infrequent access, right? Because there is a retrieval charges incurred if in case you are retrieving any of the file from the S3. So that is for the infrequent access. You can use that. And intelligent tiering, if in case you have any object in standard and not touched, or maybe in the intelligent tiering not touched for 30 days, it will automatically send to the infrequent access. So you no manual effort to be done. And one zone, if in case there is a very old backup and probably you want to retrieve it, but you think it's not that mission critical to keep it with you, you can use it in a one zone as well. What one zone is, S3 does is keep a backup in 3 or more than 3 availability zones. So this will keep into one availability zone only. So for your high availability and durability, it keeps into 3 availability zone automatically. If I put a HANA backup on one S3 bucket, it will put into 3 availability zone to achieve the um, high availability and durability. And yeah, it is the pricing on a different tier has a different pricing. Glacier, for keeping the archival data, you can use the Glacier. No more tape libraries. S3 and Glacier, for hot data, you use a standard tier, which you need to retrieve. For cold data, or I will just call it warm data, maybe not cold data, because cold data is Glacier as its name represent as well. Infrequent access of database, you will use in infrequent access, little cheaper and having a retrieval task with it. And Glacier is way cheaper archival data. And ahead of it, there is a new tier we launched recently called as a deep archive, which is like $0.0099 per GB. Yeah, which is very cost effective. Then you can use S3 for SAP system backup. That's where we use S3 for. So you can use third-party tools like Commvault, Veritas, or NES. Now let's talk about third-party first. So they take the backup and has integration with S3 to put a backup directly onto the highly scalable storage, object storage of S3. Or you can use the AWS, its own tool called as a storage gateway, which is a hybrid cloud storage service. With that, you can run your workload on-premise, giving access to virtually unlimited cloud storage of S3, right? So so what it does, customer can use storage gateway to simplify storage management and reduce cost for key hybrid cloud storage. You can put the active backups directly onto the S3 using the storage gateway. It acts as an extended file system, S3 for backups. This runs on your on-premise storage gateway and extended up to the S3, has integration with it. This also includes you moving tape backups to the cloud, reducing your on-premise storage with cloud backed up file shares, provides very low latency access to the data in AWS for on-premise application. So as well as various migration, archiving, processing, also disaster recovery use cases, you can use a storage gateway. Yeah. So once you have your backup in the S3, you can put a life cycle which will automatically, for example, once the data is in S3 for maybe 45 days, I can put in there, it should send to Glacier after that. You can put a life cycle automation is there. Yeah. And other than that, if in case it is kept for 2 years in Glacier, you can put a life cycle that purge the data after 2 years. Remove my older backups. You do not have to pay any longer for them. You can do that too. So many options for S3, not just for extending the backups, but also for the archival, for also other key features, uh, including the cross-region application as well. If in case you are setting up a disaster recovery for your SAP implementation, what you need is basically backups to restore your HANA instances, or maybe your all uh, your ERP backup, anything, right? So what you can do, you take a backup of your uh, SAP environment in S3. So you can set up the cross-region application. So automatically it will replicate the data in a different part of the world. So for example, I take a backup and I put on the cross-region application to take a backup in Australia. So if my whole India region goes down, I can use the older backup, which I'm taking regularly, maybe on a daily basis. That will be triggered with the automation and run system on a production scale in a matter of minutes. How this is done, we will cover in our quick start as well. But remember, cross-region application. So yeah, that's pretty much we can do with the S3. You do not have to wait for moving the data manually. You can put the cross-region application. Lifecycle policy we discussed, VPC endpoint we discussed. Basically, secure access to internal resources by opening the endpoint on AWS cloud. Yeah, what else? We talked about Amazon CloudWatch metrics for S3. You can use it. Cloud trial support is basically who has access to what can be monitored by the cloud trail. So cloud trail is so as you know, onto the cloud everything is API calls, right? So if I create a machine is an API call. If I create a volume, it's an API call. Anything I put onto the S3 is an API call. To record all this information, we have internal tool called as a cloud trail. So you can monitor that from compliance point of view, from auditing point of view, from security point of view. You can track all of the operations. Expired object delete marker, if in case you do not want to mistakenly remove the file, you can do the versioning. Versioning is helping you to if in case I mistakenly delete a backup of HANA, which is very important, which was residing onto the S3. So if you have enabled the versioning is going to put an expired object delete marker, so you can retrieve the file. You can restore the file after the deletion as well. Incomplete multi-part upload expiration, if in case you have a very big file higher than 100 MBs, like 1 TB, 2 TB, that can implode it in a multi-part. If in case that's interrupted in between due to any internet disruption, uh, we have an option to put an expiration, so you do not incur any charges for that. Shared file storage. Now, after block storage, after object storage is basically you can dump anything from database to files to pictures to docs to anything, right? So then comes this file storage system, which is onto the AWS is network shared. So basically two types onto the network shared, and there another one we have FSX for Luster. But let's discuss the two major one SAP customer may use. AWS provides the file system options to address the need of your file based application, like for transport system, like for MNT file mounting. You can use EFS. We very briefly talked about is Elastic File System, which is fully managed cloud native file system for Linux based business application. Like for HANA, for many of the SAP applications are Linux based. So for uh, if you need extensibility of file system network storage, you can use EFS, which is fully managed service by AWS. We manage, maintain everything. All you need to do is create a mapping point for you, mapping uh, what we call it. It's a mapping link for you, and you map it with your EC2 instances. 1, 2, 100,000 EC2 instances can connect to the EFS for Linux system, right? So on to the other hand is FSX for the Windows based uh, environments, Windows-based applications. FSX for Windows File Server provides fully managed window file servers backed by a fully native window file system with features, performance, and compatibility, which can be easily used for enterprise application to AWS. It is also fully managed service by AWS. Yeah, the more to it is in the coming slide. Let me have a look onto the questions. So does delete marker reside on to the latest version of the object? Good question. I think it's with the, yeah, it should be with the latest one. I need to check, yeah. Okay, so man, you will get an answer once I will have a quick go through that once again. Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about the EFS for file system is provide the file storage in AWS cloud. So you can create a file system, mount that file system on your multiple EC2 instances. Then you can read and write data from and from your file system. So you can mount EFS in your VPC through the NFS version 4.0 or 4.1 protocol, which is typically used. Very elastic, scalable in nature, because as much as you used on a petabyte scale, it will increase automatically, scale up and scale down as your storage requirement decreases as well, and you pay as much as you use. Yeah. So like S3, it is durable and available because it is keeping the data backups in 3 availability zone. Yeah. So that's the beauty of EFS file system, now been there for multiple years. Okay, so EFS is there is no requirement of hardware for you to manage, no network requirement, file layer. All you need to do is put EFS within a region, and you can assign multiple EC2 instances in multiple VPCs. Across VPC, we will see some of the examples of AWS architecture, which is not NetWeaver based as well. You can use it with EFS. Yeah, you can access your file system concurrently for multiple EC2 instances. Seamless integration with existing tools and apps based out of NFS 4.1, widespread and open, standard file system to access semantics, works with standard OS file systems, all the Linux machines already, so you can use that too. So this is a graphical representation. So here you have customer's file system, EFS, which you created, and within your VPCs, you can mount your EFS. I think newly we launched the IAM compatibility with the EFS as well, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so more information on VPC can be found on this blog down here. And now have a look onto the Amazon EFS NFXS for SAP system, where we can use it. Can be used for hosting the SAP mount, for mounting the SAP volumes, and so by the way, implementations, and SAP transport file system, which is used for transporting the new upgrades, updates, and between the QA server to the production server in the SAP world, yeah, within a single VPC. For storing software and making it accessible, we had a discussion about it also before. For customer running in hybrid architecture, can leverage EFS. EFS file system can also be mounted on-premise, so you can extend your on-premise workload to integrate with the EFS. That's the beauty of the EFS, to extend for the hybrid operations as well. So with EFS, you can also mount file system across VPCs in the same or different accounts as well. Yeah. Okay. So obviously, for that communication between the different accounts, you need a transit gateway or some other type of communication between that. If yeah, that's what I think of. So platform beyond SAP. Platform for SAP beyond compute and storage. So what we have discussed, some of the compute features, type of instances are available, starting from 2.225 TB RAM to up to 24 TB in a one single instance, available as a bare metal offering. But more than that, we talked about how cloud watch monitoring helps, cloud trail does help, S3's different features does help, but what's beyond that? You can use many other options or any features of the feature enrich platform to sample scenarios on how extend AWS services in context of workload. For example, using the cloud formation, combining with the public custom AMIs for quick SAP provisioning. For example, if in case I have spent months setting up the whole NetWeaver setup for or the creating the security groups, launching the machine into it, and doing all the configuration around security groups, knuckles, and everything. And now I want to scale it out in a different region, maybe, for example, or maybe I want to test something on a production scale. Do I have to launch each and everything as is once again, machine by machine, launching VPC, assigning IP, or I can create whole infrastructure as a code? So that's where CloudFormation comes in the picture. On the same platform, you can use this technology or this feature and service to code the whole infrastructure, so that you can provision the same environment in a matter of minutes to hours. So based on your AMIs, booting up and everything. So CloudFormation does help you with that. So it's for example, you use Chef, right? You can use onto the same platform, onto the AWS CloudFormation for that matter. And by the way, CloudFormation used for many DR opportunities. For example, if you want to launch, if in case there is any disruption with your production environment, you want to launch a DR site, CloudFormation can do it by, there would be some downtime always to consider the RPO and RTO of customers. But yeah, this is important to familiarize yourself how CloudFormation can help you. CLI, command line interface, is very helpful utility to manage SAP application lifecycle. For example, copy backup files to the S3. Yeah, CLI can use it for more of nerdy use. So easy to run commands to remotely manage SAP applications, snapshots for SAP system refreshes. You can take a snapshot, you can launch in a different part of the Word once again. And yeah, you can use the AMIs for launching the auto scaling, new application server, maybe. Yeah, security groups for additional firewall, system manager. We will talk about system manager next. Next, with SAP HANA on AWS. So what SAP HANA is SAP's flagship database, which was launched, I think, around 2012. Yeah, so it's an in-memory database. Yeah, so SAP HANA full form was, I always get confused between the yeah, so basically high appliances, analytical, something like that. Yeah. So SAP HANA is uh, used by more than 50% of AWS customer now. Yeah. So we have close to more than 500 customer, 5,000 customers, and maximum are using SAP HANA. And by the way, SAP also has pushed like more than I think by 2027 now it's been changed to all of their SAP products will only support onto the HANA only. So other than SAP HANA, you are using it, you can SAP will not support it any longer. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, high performance analytic appliances, right? Thank you. So by the way, what do we have on our platform is these are the offerings as a scale up option for the HANA, starting from the R4 instances with the 0.244 TB instances up to 24 TB, and in the public cloud, not as a bare metal, available X1E instances for 1 TB in a single node. Yeah. So so by the way, first thing is always consider to be very specifically to consider with SAP HANA database is its sizing. Yeah. So database size is supported on a given platform, depends on how much memory this particular platform offers. That's what is very much underlined here in our slide. So we provide several type of EC2 instances to support different types of workloads to Amazon EC2 instances families in particular, as well as suited for SAP HANA workloads. R3 families, R5 families now is the latest one, and X1 families. Yeah, so X1 instances are designed for running large-scale in-memory applications, in-memory databases. In the AWS cloud, X1 instances are highly optimized for large-scale workloads. Yeah, and for customers using Business Suite, basically called as S4HANA, or using Business Suite on HANA, Business Warehouse on HANA, or Data Mart solution for SAP HANA are using X1 instances. And if in case you have requirements more than 4 GB and you want to use the bare metal options for you, you can go for high uh, type of instances, which has a one node of 24 GB, and you can use for OLTP for S4HANA, you can scale out up to 48 TB, which is highest as compared to any other provider in the market right now. And same goes with the business warehouse for HANA is 100 TB scale out. You can use 12 TB high memory for nodes for that, and you can scale out to 48 TB, and then there you use X1E, and you can scale out to 100 TB for business warehouse. So I have a question in the panel. Can you also help with some competitor pointers against SAP on GCP, as they are leading for the SAP HANA S4HANA? I doubt that if someone is leading in that space, because we have the most customer using S4HANA. We have Quick Start, which helps customers to launch, yeah, their SAP S4HANA solution with a matter of hours, 2.5 hours. With the best practices available in the public cloud, you can launch your S4HANA in 2.5 years. Uh, Hours, and by far number of customers are using SAP HANA are running on AWS right now. And in as a platform capability, we have the very long relationship, maximum number of EC2 instances, or in a one way to call out, virtualized environment which is certified by SAP are available on AWS. And yes, that reflects by the number of customers. I'm not sure if you know about the numbers by other providers, but I can certainly tell you more than 5,000 customers are running their mission critical SAP workload onto the HANA. Big customers like of Coca-Cola, Brooks Brothers, Kellogg's, and many more. In India, C8 Tires is using it, LTI using it, Make My Trip, and many other customers are using it. So we have a by far, as compared to the not you have taken the name of GCP, but I will say the second largest provider, which is Azure. If you do the comparison with that too, we have a by far more customer as compared to them in India as well as globally. Yeah, so that what talks about our reachability, not just in the large enterprises, but all segment of customers. And yeah, the customers who are already running their SAP workloads onto the AWS, maximum are using SAP HANA, leveraging SAP HANA 50%. So if I say 50% out of, let's consider 5,000 customer we have, by the way, it's more than that. So already 2,500 customers are using or leveraging SAP HANA for that matter. And they are using one of the EC2 instances we have on our screen. And we have improved our platform over the years, improved or added a lot of features, I would say, like Launch Wizard, like using a backup as an option, uh, adding large scale instances, and many more. Yeah. By the way, we also run a session which is very specifically on the business side. We talk about how we differentiate and customer differentiating running SAP workload onto the AWS. If you're looking for, by the way, we do not do a apple to apple comparison with the other provider. But yes, we'll certainly will talk about our differentiations in a very um, particularly in a, from business point of view. Certified hardware is we have seen it before as well, but this is for the production environment running onto the Intel Xeon platform, yeah, Skylake, and then there is a bare metal available uh, for you can use up to 24 TB, having a high throughput, 28,000 Mbps per second, and network connectivity of 100 Mbps, Gbps. I beg your pardon. So yeah, you can see for OL TP and OL AP. These are the S4 HANA. By the way, these are the S4 HANA production workloads to run, and to run the non-production as well, we have in our coming slides. So these all are the certified and supported by SAP to run on AWS as for HANA. You can see the number of EC2 instances are available. And this is for the non-production additional options, certified instances type. So when used with the non-production, you can use X1E, which has a right balance between the memory and CPUs and others. Yeah, so I will refer you to this blog where you can find the all production and non-production environments available. So scaling up 24 TB might not be enough customer right now, but we are already ready. But what thing I want to point out here is our on the public platform we have up to 4 TB in a single node available with the X1E type of EC2 instances are provided by the hypervisor available already, which we had been using. And then there is a bare metal using the Nitro technology. We are able to pull it off. So what Nitro technology is basically, recently we acquired one company with the name of Annapurna, uh, which is very specifically doing one thing is creating hardware chips for us, and Nitro is in a hypervisor layer, basically is helping us to have a dedicated chips and software to offload the major tasks from the virtualization layer, like of networking, security, provisioning, all are being dedicated to the certain chips. So being a very faster to provision new instances and launch high scale instances in AWS. So this is our differentiation, because of, as you know, onto the cloud, everything is a virtualization. If you do not have any innovation, you might have not done any differentiation. So our Nitro technology is the differentiation on our platform as well. So in the last 2 years, we were able to pull off more than I think twice number of EC2 instances we had launched in a previous years. So with Nitro, we have added a lot of new EC2 instances with a high compute available. Yeah, so these are available in most of the regions and availability zone, and can be put into the VPCs, API driven, can be accessed using the CLI and SDK and all. Yeah, so the same uh, requirements are with the uh, publicly available instances are also with the bare metal as well. Okay, so high memory instances type, the latest addition to the EC2 cloud instance family, providing customer a wide selection of EC2 instance types, which can cater with their different use cases. High memory up to 6 TB, up from 6 TB to up to 24 TB, DDR4 memory configuration, and yeah, we have Intel Skylake 8 socket 2.1 gigahertz processor is available, and you can use elastic network adapters based on enhanced networking. Yeah, so high memory instances have been certified by SAP and fully supporting to run SAP HANA and SAP NetWeaver production workload on our bare metal servers as well. So now with the EBS storage architecture for SAP HANA, so we have talked about the compute. We have variety of EC2 instances starting from a couple of GBs up to 24 TB. Then from the EBS side, um, AWS worked very closely with SAP to certify storage configuration for running SAP HANA workload on AWS platform as well. We have done for the compute, similar for the EBS as well. So SAP HANA workload on AWS platform has engineered basically Amazon EC2 instances with different memory sizes to meet of all SAP's performance requirements for SAP HANA. Yeah, including the proper core to memory ratio for compute. In addition, EBS meets many cases, and most of the cases, by the way, exceeds the storage KPIs of the TDI model as well. So one key point is that each EBS volume is automatically replicated within its availability zone for giving you the high availability and durability. Yeah. And also you can also configure RAID 0 array at the operating level for maximum performance without carrying additional protection you need for like RAID 10 or RAID 5 for your volumes. Yeah, with that capability you can do the RAID array as well. Okay, so for the HANA, as you remember, there is a different servers running in, and every so it creates basically the data volumes and the log areas for all of your transaction logs, for your operational logs, and you can use EBS volume to back them up. Yeah, so and it will reside the backup in the same availability zone. Yeah, and each SAP HANA node carries the same EBS configuration regardless of whether it's configured as a master and it is a worker node. Yeah, so shared nothing storage concept for SAP HANA data and log areas. So it has a persistence memory attached to one EC2 instances, not shared among, and backup area shared amongst all member of a cluster using EFS, using yeah, so you can use the EFS for that matter for sharing among with the uh, other members of a cluster as well. So to launch SAP HANA, you can leverage the Quick Start. So what Quick Start is, it's CloudFront, right? We have talked about infrastructure as a code by using the best practices in the market along with our partners like um for all the competent partners, we have taken the best practices to create an environment and created infrastructure as a code in templates available. So you can launch your SAP HANA in a matter of hour. So it will take typically an hour to launch SAP HANA installation, and S4 HANA takes around 2.5 an hour. So let me just showcase you over the console, not console by the way, over the website. So where you can find more information under the quick start. So how do you find information on SAP, AWS/SAP? Okay, so what I was about to show you about the quick start. So let me show you number of quick start. Do we have short link that way? Quick start. Okay, maybe it is just like a quick start. Oh, good. So we have many applications which are available to launch it with infrastructure as a code. For SAP, we have this benchmarked implementation. So like if you want to launch SAP HANA automatically in a matter of 1 hour, maybe you can use the quick start. Yeah, so it showcase how it is positioned, what you will have it created if in case you want in a single AZ with multi-node architecture. This will be configured for you. So it will have a template for you already created. So you just launch it with the best practices created by our partners and by AWS solution architects. It will launch the whole, if install the whole SAP HANA for you. Yeah. And if you want a multi-node in a two different availability zone, it will create a HSR for you, HANA system replication as well, be deployed automatically for you. Yeah, so customers like Brooks Brothers are using Quick Start to launch their testing environment and launching new products, finding out, trying it out onto the production scale in a matter of hours rather than waiting for the weeks to procure the servers and then try out things. And not just for as far as SAP HANA, if you want to launch S4 HANA, you want to launch SAP NetWeaver, the whole technology stack, you can do that. S4 HANA typically launch within 2.5 hours. You can see it will create automatically a sort of landing zone for you. So where you have your PPC created, you have availability zones are created, and within that there is a BAP-based SAP Central server available. There is a application server, primary server available for you. You do not have to go and dedicatedly install each and everything. This will be done for you. Yeah, so it has the best practices available. If in case you are looking forward to install HANA and you have no background on setting it up, or you want some quicker implementation, you can use as AWS best practices. And we have done it with the collaboration with partners and SAP, this best practices. EFS will be created, S3 will be created for you. Yeah, just have a look onto this so you can understand it for from the more closely as well. And you can also tweak it. So if you can see the source code here, if you want to tweak it, you want to add more additional application server, you can certainly do that. So there is a whole guide onto that available, how things at the background are happening, and you can also gain access to the code as well. Yeah, so CloudFormation code. You can see the operating system are supported, and EC2 instances will be followed in the next uh, document as well. So that's what is quick start. So for example, if in case my uh, production system goes down and I want to uh, launch a new environment in a different region, I'll give you an example like in Australia. Yeah, so what I will do, I will launch CloudFormation or basically quick start to set up the HANA new implementation. I will use my backup from the S3, which will be cross region replicated automatically, and I will be able to launch SAP HANA in a different region as well. So that's where quick start is very helpful. Not you have to launch EC2 instance first manually in one way, you are doing it yourself, and then installs HANA on top of it. Then you do the restoration and everything. You can leverage the CloudFormation, and you can create your own templates as well. So next is SAP migration, how you can do it, where we are going to talk about homogeneous system copy and heterogeneous using the tools like of Cloud Endure. And then before moving on, let's have a break for 10 minutes. I will also get a breather. Yeah. So yeah, then let's talk about migration possibilities in next 10 minutes. So I am now sharing the timer on the screen. Let's have a break for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, guys. Hoping you can hear me well. So let's move on to our next segment, wherein we were going to talk about homogeneous and heterogeneous migration. So, what does that mean? First of all, yeah. So homogeneous, that you move your system to maybe same OS, SUSE to SUSE, or same database platform, not moving to SAP HANA maybe, or SQL to SQL, Oracle to Oracle once you move to the AWS. But most of the time you will see the motivation is to move to the heterogeneous system copy. As I talked about SAP's announcement that they want to support customers running their operations on non-SAP uh, non-SAP uh, environment, basically non-SAP HANA solutions. So most of the motivation would be to move to the heterogeneous system copy. Yeah. So wherein during system copy, moving the system onto the AWS, you can change either the operating system, maybe from SUSE to Red Hat or any other, or the database system, which will be highly motivated from SQL, Oracle, IBM DB2 to any other, or very specifically to SAP HANA. Yeah, that's what is the system copy uh, will be done. So what system copy is basically synonym for the migration, moving from one place to another. Yeah, so SAP what recommends best is that you perform a system copy to create test, demo, and training system. So also if you need to change your operating system and database, you have to perform a migration of your SAP system beforehand. Yeah. And for this, SAP offers the system copy and migration services, SPM, of SPM Software Provisioning Manager, that basically enables SAP customer to consistently create copies of your SAP system and flexibly adapt it to your needs as be it. Yeah. Um, as a SAP system distributed to several hosts, or a higher availability system as well, or a system on a rather exotic operating system or database combination. Yeah. So also procedure is also offered for a BAP, Java, or maybe for the dual stack system as well. So here, as an example, been doing here corporate data center, we're taking the simple backup of entire system and migrating using the, by the way, sending the files over the AWS Direct Connect for your databases backups. And based on the size of backups, can be copied over a Direct Connect. If in case it's a small size, not a lot of TBs, might you can use VPN as well. But yeah, suggested is that to use Direct Connect for consistent bandwidth and post it onto the S3, or maybe you can use storage gateway as you remember. Yeah. So from therein you can restore onto the EC2 instance, and that you can have environment up and running in homogeneous migration. So like same environment, say, you were using here, it's just lift and shift. Yeah, now you are just taking the benefits of clouds, scalability, agility, and trying things out in a very faster way as compared to the on-premise. And how you can transfer, what else you can use to migrate is a snowball service. If you think your database backups are in like several TBs, 20, 50, 80 TBs, 100 TBs, so for that you can use a snowball for your migration. Snowball is what is, you can see in this screen, is ugly looking briefcase. It's a suitcase size, uh, on the baseline, having a whole lot of hard disks into it. First, what was being used initially in our earlier days of operations, customers were sending their data disks to migrate, or maybe to upload their data back to the cloud, that was not a portable option, right? So we came up with our own hardware device, which is a Snowball, and with Snowball will be transported to you within a 7 days or up to 10 days, and you post your data into it and send back to AWS, and then we will attach it to our backbone and upload your data to your S3 buckets. From there on, you do SAP HANA installation or whatever the data is in there. You can have a full control onto that. And yes, if in case customer is on petabyte scale or exabyte scale altogether, they can use Snowmobile, which is a 45 feet long truck, which sends the data across to AWS. And that truck has a lot of snowballs into it. This is used for migration of SAP system to AWS, offsite backup storage as well. Yeah, you can use it as an additional storage. And more about you can use for the disaster recovery. So what about Delta data after the snowball storage? Yes, you are right. Uh, it will have some of delta in there. So for that, more feasible option is to use direct connect for that matter. Yeah, but you can have a consistent log volume and data volume available here, which you can use to merge the delta with your latest backup as well. So most heavy lifting can be done by the snowballs. Yeah, so some part of the data, like of several GBs and TBs, can be leveraged by the direct connect by consistently uploading that to the AWS to directly to the S3 using the direct connect. Yeah, then you need to merge it. Yes, so delta will be taken from the last backup, which you have sent across before to the uh, exporting it to the snowball to the AWS. Then you need to merge that. And data sync is AWS data sync copy files. It's a newer service which can use a faster way of syncing the data. And yes, not just direct can, you can also use the data sync as well to copy backups and logs from on-premise to another AWS region, which you can merge that too. Yeah. So it use the faster tools like rsync and SCP as compared to the uh, SFTPs. Customer can use data sync for consistently uploading the data to AWS. Yeah, for the homogeneous. And then for the heterogeneous, you can use a tool like of Cloud Endure. So Cloud Endure is basically company acquired by AWS last year, I think last year. We acquired is for which is, by the way, Cloud Endure is used for mainly for DR as well as for the migration purposes. So a lot of my organizations are migrating SAP workload to AWS, are looking for lift and shift solutions like rehosting without any OS or DB changes, if in case that is the use cases. Previously, we used traditional SAP backup and restore migration and AWS native tools such as you can use as SMS, server migration services, or any partner tool of this type of migration. But Cloud Endure is here. It's a new AWS native migration tool for SAP customers. So steps is that you can see what it does is creates a staging area onto the cloud, onto the AWS. So you have to create a this all project in your console, right? So everything you are running on your on-premise, the agents will replicate the data volumes and your all the compute load onto the staging area in a very cost-effective space, right? So staging area like using the HDD maybe right now for staging. If in case you want to run it on the production scale. Once you move it in the production scale, it will launch into, as based on your selection, you can launch into the SSDs and can launch the dedicated EC2 instances, uh, which are more optimized to run your SAP workload. So Cloud Endure can be used for the migration for that purpose. So typical steps are to register first for the Cloud Endure migration account, and yeah, and then you set up the project and define the replication settings where you want to stage it, right? Which IP, what exactly you want to launch, EC2 instances, yeah, and you install a client on your on-premise or EC2 instances on that, if in case it is from one place to another. And then you monitor and replicate or update the blueprint you created, that what you want to launch onto the AWS site. Yeah, and then you can perform the SAP migration activities. Yeah, so there is a whole blog onto it, which I will share with you. You can see the end-to-end how it is being done, with all of you. Yeah, so that gives you brief details about the migration using Cloud Endure. What this Cloud Endure supports is wide variety of platforms, starting from on a different virtualization using VMware, or maybe your physical data center where you need to install the Cloud Endure agents, and Hyper-V, Microsoft Azure from cloud to another cloud, if in case you are looking for the migration, GCP, or even within the AWS, as a DR, you can use it, or you are using OpenStack, Oracle Cloud, you can use it for the migration from the source infrastructure. Operating system, you can see a variety of operating systems are there, and database, including SAP HANA, Oracle, that will create a staging there, and using the CloudFormation or Quick Start, you can launch certified hardware platform SAP HANA database, and then you can migrate from there on. And any application like Hybris, ERP, Apache, Active Directory, this Cloud Endure supports a variety of platforms available there. And then there is SMS server migration service, which is used for migrating the uh, servers directly running onto the Hyper-V or any other virtualization. You just a matter of click, you can do the migration by running the connectors directly to the AWS. So all the VMware, vSphere uh, running virtualization machines can be migrated to the AWS. So for the heterogeneous now, DMO, as you know about DMO, database migration option, which you want to use for Unicode conversion and upgrading or migrating your changing your OS, or migrating from non-HANA DB to the SAP HANA. Yeah, you can use DMO migration from on-premise to AWS. So DMO with the system move, by the way, it enables you to migrate your SAP system from your on-premise environment using DMO tool and special export and import process. What you can use is AWS services such as S3, EFS, Direct Connect, Storage Gateway for interfacing, right? And Snowballs to transfer your SAP export files to AWS, for that matter. And to launch SAP HANA, you can use a quick start. And yeah, so once you migrate your or upload uh, your data to VPC, basically in the cloud, you can launch your migration from there on. So there is a program we call as a FAST, which helps you to test your migration directly onto the AWS. Yeah, using the DMO as well. Yeah, so DMO tool help you to convert from any DB to SAP HANA or SAP ASC. You can also go for or you want to change your OS, release, enhancement pack. So if in case while launching the quick start, you can choose you need a SUSE, Red Hat, or you can do the Unicode conversion using the DMO at the same time. Yeah. So more about FAST, which is a SAP Rapid Migration Test Program. You can use DMO. You can test it out if your migration will remain successful, or there can be some disruption. So you can test it out using our FAST program. So FAST stands for Fast AWS and SAP Transformation. Okay, so now moving on to the SAP backup onto the AWS. So what do you think? What's the strategy would be? You can leverage at first EBS backups, where we might be running SAP HANA or any of the other backups. So by the way, there are a couple of ways to take the backups. The Amazon EBS volume shown onto the left side in the green color. Yeah, here you can these are by the way being used by SAP systems. So these are the partition that typically get installed and deployed when you do the SAP implementation or SAP HANA. Yeah. So when you take a backup, you can trigger a backup using a DB tool, which you can install your backup volume. Yeah. You install a big DB tools in there, and then you can trigger a backup from therein, and that can be transferred from Amazon EBS to the S3 using AWS CLI. And from there on, story begins. If you want to keep it onto the S3 infrequent access, or you want to put a life cycle onto the Glacier, or you want to migrate, or in a one way you want to replicate in a different region as well, so you can do it. Yeah, that's what it is trying to showcase here. So like for HANA itself, HANA has its own give you an example of DB tool. HANA has its own backup tool, by the way, right? So HANA has its own internal backup to run the backup of all of their different servers, like for index server volume, for stat server, everything. You can take a backup using that, and then you can put that onto the EBS volume and migrate to the S3. But you can also use the third-party backup solutions. If you ask about the examples like of IBM Spectrum, Commvault, and EMC, Veritas, which we have taken as an example in a previous slide, you can use that. So yeah, you can see here onto this slide, you can use a third-party tools to deploy a backup solution as well, such as Commvault, AWS SDKs, other tools can be used. Yeah, one of them example is AWS has their own backup as well, SAP HANA, right? Link IT is one of our premium partner with the competency of SAP on AWS. Has a backup solution for AWS as well, for SAP on AWS as well. Yeah, so you can eliminate the local EBS backup cost by migrating to the S3, and you can achieve the high availability and also durability moving to the S3. There are some of other options. DMO is for SAP workload only. Yes, DMO is for SAP. So if in case you want to move any database from on-premise to the AWS, which is not SAP, by the way, you can use like DMS, database migration service, which is from AWS itself, DMS. And DMS also support the SCT, which is schema conversion tool, if in case you want to use from use it for the heterogeneous migration from SQL to Oracle, or maybe a commercial database to the open source like SQL to PostgreSQL. You can use DMS, an offering from the AWS. Does we need to necessarily keep the physical server and database, or while using Cloud Endure for DR? Rahul, so Yes, for certain time until the migration is not accomplished, you might need to keep them. That's at the same at the place where you have a little migration bubble, little higher cost. Once it is done, if in case it depends, you are using it for the DR. Let me reread the question once again. Do we need to necessarily keep the physical server and database on while using Cloud Endure for DR? On, you mean actively on? So on the Cloud Endure, basically it's a staging area. So if in case it is not triggered for as a DR, uh, in case of your probably I need to understand that question, but yeah, let me expand on it. Onto the Cloud Endure is not onto the production scale at running once it is in the staging area, but to run onto the production scale, you have to trigger the DR. So it will run into the production on a higher EC2 instances, on a faster volume, like on SSD or maybe HDD volumes. It depends. So before that, it is running on a very low cost volumes, so will not be might be matching the production scale performance. So we need to be cognizant about it. So DR is always, DR can be, if I further expand on your question. So if you need a DR always on, it depends if you want to keep it DR as a passively available or actively available. That goes to your RPO and RTO, what is manageable for the customer. For many of the customer, it's a very very mission critical. They want to keep sometime DR actively available, which is in the way of Cloud Endure is very easily available, because uh, yeah, easily available. So you can get Cloud Endure as a staging area. So I can see Rahul is there. So Rahul, I have hopefully answered your question as well. Okay, so other option onto the backup is AWS on a uh, native backup solution, which is with the name of AWS. We launched, I think, last year itself, or the last year. It's a fully managed backup service that manages uh, backups and makes it very easy to centralize and automate the backup of database across AWS services. Like for EFS, storage gateway, DynamoDB, you can manage everything from the backup, AWS backup service for your all around services. So like for transport system, you use EFS, you can manage from the backups. ABS you can use the backup there for your HANA volumes, for transport system, for your databases as well. Yeah. So with just a few click in AWS Backup Console, you can create a backup policy that will automate the backup schedule and the retention management as well. You can monitor, modify your policies as well. Okay, so what's beyond the compute, network, and storage? How AWS services uh, helping the SAP environments? So what is SAP on AWS? It is the builder's platform. For a customer, SAP on AWS means that freedom to pick software stack. That means their needs to run SAP workload and integrate with high-level APIs for a better business outcome. So among several capabilities of platform, AWS offers orchestration uh, is a one of them, right? So with AWS Cloud Formation, customer can build code to automate server and SAP deployment using the quick starts, right? So when we started supporting HANA, we introduced quick starts to provide a consistent deployment experience for HANA and HANA based workloads. But today, as last week, we launched, by the way, the launch wizard was there before, but for SAP we are enhancing a lot. So we have introduced AWS launch wizard in this space as well to orchestrate the whole implementation. For NetWeaver implementation, you can use the launch wizard. Yeah, so as a builder platform, uh, what else operate SAP environment differently on AWS? Not just for improving the speed and agility, but also to increase the security postures. SAP workloads running on AWS on a high availability platform, as we have seen, you can have a redundancy between your SAP workloads. You can achieve HANA replication running workloads in the two different availability zones. And you can also use different tools like CloudTrails, CloudWatch for improving the security posture over the SAP environment. And you can just need to build once using the uh, uh, benefit of CloudFormation. You can create a stack and you can deploy globally anywhere else. So you can deploy in minutes instead of weeks and months. That's the biggest differentiation. It's a give you a two-way door, so you can test out things on a production scale on AWS rather than waiting for servers to be procured, managing, installing OS. It's a lot of stuff. SAP is a less lot of stuff to do it on-premise, managing things, but that can be automated. Many of things like one of AWS backup we have talked about AMIs. You can create images, you can export back to the on-premise, and from the on-premise you can bring server images and post onto the AWS. Even you can, if in case you are running VMware workload and you want to run that same workload onto the AWS, we have hybrid offering with the name of VMware onto the AWS cloud, which you can certainly use to lift and shift. To scale, you get a scale to meet the actual demands. So with the tools, bundle of tools like of uh, auto scaling, you can add additional application server, increase of demand in case of increase in the demand, and many other options. So deploy complex topologies with very ease. Yeah, using CloudFormation and Launch Wizard, improve operational reliability using tools like Cloud Endure, using the high availability disaster recovery offerings, and combine with the other AWS services. For data lake, you can use analytics services, data warehouses, Redshift, many other databases which are managed by AWS, like AWS Backup, which will take care of the backup scheduling for you. So focus on your business rather than focusing on your data center. So friends, don't let friends create their data center. Yeah, rather than focusing a lot onto the dirt of data center, we can focus on our data, on our management of our applications on AWS. So very easily to manage operations onto the AWS. So one of them example is AppStream. So as you know, GUI access of SAP Logon, which is a graphical interface. You can use AppStream for fully managed application streaming service, and it supports basically it provides the users to securely access your SAP environment through a browser on any computer, including PCs, Chromebook, or Macs. You can use the AppStream 2.0. Yeah. So with that, you can centrally manage one version of SAP GUI at one place and stream that exact version to every user, rather than you go and implement in each and every machine. But you can limit that work by um, doing it and managing the app stream in a one VPC and giving access to your users. So users only access up-to-date version of SAP GUI, and you don't have to deploy updates to every user's computer. Uh, yeah. So other than that, what else you can use for orchestration or minimize the efforts? OS provisioning and configuration management using EC2 Image Builder. So what Image Builder is simplifying the creation, and someone also asked me about the question of moving back the images to on-premise. One of the ways to using the import and export. And how do you build the images? Simplifying the creation, maintaining, validation, sharing within the cloud. You can use the EC2 Image Builder. Yeah. So you can use images within the EC2 and also onto the on-premise as well. So you keep an eye on more information onto the image builders. So who those were looking for this answer. So what it helps you to keep server images up to date, which is a very time-consuming effort. So also very much resource intensive and also error prone, which can be mitigated using the EC2 image builder by reducing a lot of efforts. So it is offered at no cost other than the cost of underlying AWS resources, which you use to create, store, and share the images. So launch wizard, we have talked about SAP. By the way, I would like to showcase onto the recent announcement, but just to give you a sneak peek, AWS Launch Wizard, by the way, offers a very guided way of sizing, configuring, and deploying the AWS resources for third-party applications, such as sometime you can also use for MS SQL Server, which is for like SQL Server for always on, and also HANA database, HANA-based SAP system. Yeah. So without you need to manually identify and provision individually any of the AWS resource. So I would like to show you the one of the recently announcement we made. So you can also refer to that later stage, but let's see what it is supporting. I thought I had it open in one of my URL. Now let me fetch the latest information onto that. Give me 1 second. Launch wizard. Okay, there it is. By the way, there are some questions. I'll take that. So you can see it was it is a very recent announcement we have made. Let me see if you can see my screen. Yeah, okay. So we had a new announcement made on 10th of April 2020. So we are accelerating SAP deployment with the launch to uh, optimizing your implementation. So help you with the deployment efficiency, faster learning curve as well. So yeah, this way you launch Wizard for SAP, you choose SAP as a implementation, and then you define your infrastructure. What do you want to use? It's a new configuration or apply any safe configuration you do have. Yeah. And which VPC you want to host into, availability zone, and moving on, what type of implementation you are looking for. You want the whole NetWeaver stack on HANA database, which will do the implementation, or you want a HANA database. Like we had a quick start to do it, we further improved our offering. So you have it as a wizard to launch step by step based on your choices. Yeah. So you can launch it, general setting, SAP system. You can put your system ID as well. If it's a new implementation, or yeah, our existing one will have a different option. Which type of uh, volume you want to use with the NetWeaver SSD or not. You want to use a domain controller for transport system, yes, not. Yeah, so you can see a lot of offerings there. So in a console, in a very nice wizard, you can get the things deployed. You can see single instance. You want a single instance where everything is installed from your application server to primary to DB. or you want a dedicated distributed implementation, as we know in our SAP what it is. So if in case you are doing it for the small scale production or maybe for test, you will go for that for distributed or a large enterprise scale, and yes, many other options. So I will highly encourage for all of you to have a look onto it. You can see then your configuration, you chose Red Hat or SUSE, and then it will, in a wizard, it will showcase once it is ready. Yeah, so it is available in India's Asia Pacific region. Now it is available for you to try it out. So for you, I am putting into the chat. I'm hoping everyone can see that. Let me know if you have a view to it. If not, I'll just share. I will also share that in my email as well. So that's what we talk about the orchestration further, and that's what the launch wizard is about. So yeah, you can see that these are the typical tasks. Hardware setup obviously is our cadence to manage. But it used to be in on-premise world. You are managing your infrastructure, managing everything from the hardware to the server level, configuration level, and then basis team on top of it. All of your recipe implementation all around. They as basis team basically starts from here and managing further. But yeah, they have a lot of stuff to manage, and then application team specifically working on SAP implementation part or functionality part. Once you are onto the AWS, we do manage hardware setup as well now for you. With the wizard, you can managing the operating system, and also moving further on, a lot of efforts smoothing using the launch wizard by deploying HANA database software rather than waiting a couple of weeks for having it implemented. Installed by using the best practices, you can get it implemented using the launch wizard. Yeah, it is now supported for HANA or NetWeaver based on HANA. And then on top of it, your basis team deploy application software, and customers application teams will work onto that. So offloading the undifferentiated heavy lifting of away from your teams. Yeah. So with that, next one is SAP Linux Server. Patching using System Manager. System Manager is an additional service we have on AWS, which helps you to control all of your infrastructure on AWS from one single place. So it's like managing all the systems, patching, upgrading. So yeah, that's what System Manager is. It's provide a unified user interface, so you can view your operational data for multiple AWS services, which you can automate the operational tasks across your AWS resources. So you can group your resources like your EC2 instances, your buckets in S3, your RDS instances, and then you can monitor it, your operational, troubleshoot it, and take your actions based on the group. So if in case you want to update any Windows update in a set of EC2 instance, all of your application server, you can use the system manager in that regard. Yeah, by going one by one to each machine and managing from there on, you can use System Manager to manage your SAP environment. Monitoring SAP and AWS services. So what are the offerings? Onto the AWS side, CloudTrail you can use for all the APIs calls. Who requested what? And then config is basically have a specific configuration. If anything deviates from the compliance or auditing point of view, you can have a set of resources required to be in a certain way. If in case anything deviates, that will be reported back to you. Maybe someone launched more than machines it is required to, 10, 20 or something, right? Or maybe a lot of application servers someone launched. Yeah, so you can have a view to that. CloudWatch for monitoring very granular level, CPU level, input outputs. You can have a look at the logs on EC2 level And maybe if in case you are using DBs, databases offers offerings from AWS side, there's a different CloudWatch matrices are available, and you can trigger the alarms in case of any uh, anomalies. Yeah. Now, on SAP Solution Manager, Solman is there to help you with the proactively inform about what's going inside your SAP implementation. If there is a new patch upgrade required, if there is any log discrepancy, you can get the logs. Yeah, many things Solman can use for you, and CloudWatch custom metrics can be available based on your SAP application. You can create your own custom metrics. You create your own SDK tools using a different languages, and partner tools are available for monitoring. Yeah. So one of them is the data provider for SAP, which is a mandatory component to have integrated support from SAP and AWS. So what data provider is leveraging is CloudWatch. Yeah. So this tool is collects performance related data from AWS services and makes this data available to the SAP application to help you monitor and improve the performance of your business transaction as well. So AWS data provider uses operating system, network, storage data that is most relevant for the operation of the SAP infrastructure. All are being recorded by multiple resources, and this data source includes the EC2 instances and CloudWatch as well. Yeah, this will guide you for your installation, configuration, all the information around the troubleshooting part for data provider. Okay, so automation. So I think we can cover the automation part, which is about our last part of today's session. So automation, and there is a some of the other part we are going to talk about how beyond storage compute we use the interoperability between the SAP services, SAP Cloud Platform, and AWS. We will talk about on that front as well. So before that, I think it's a little time to take a quick break. So with this time we'll take a little longer, so you can also grab uh, something to eat. So yeah, so let's have a break until 1:30, and then we'll come back and cover our remaining part. So let's consider the break for 20 minutes, this one, and then we will resume around 1:23 for the remainder of today's session. And there are a few questions. I will take it up now and share the feedback onto them in my answers. Okay, so guys, have a good lunch, bon appetit, and speak to you in 20 minutes. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's pull off the last part, which is relatively um, very small one. So I shared with you the some of the blogs in the chat, and a few of you have posed the questions. I have given the answers along with that, so you can refer to them as well. So for the automation, when I say automation, mostly you already have in your mind using the cloud formation. So with which basically the quick start. And before that, there are, by the way, few options to access the AWS console in a form. Means how do we access it? Uh, how do we provision the whole system we are seeing? How do we provision the EC2 instances, VPC, or anything? You can pull that off. Sorry, using the AWS Management Console, using CLIs, SDKs, library, and third-party tools, and that's very much help you with doing the automation as well. Yeah, so using the CLIs, using the SDK libraries, and third-party tools. So by the way, AWS is a self-service tool where you can go and launch your system, launch your EC2 instances, and get ready with your whole implementation, right? So on the automation point, we have covered this, by the way, in a more detail. So uh, I won't be going into once again sharing more details, but yeah, would like to reiterate by the best practices along with our partners we have created and prepared these templates which you can launch, but also you can leverage the launch wizard on top of it. Yeah, so this is what we had seen in directly over the website. Yeah, so which where we saw that how it is launching the BAP, SAP Central Server, Primary Server, additional application server as well using the quick launch. So auto scaling for activity, for auto scaling for SAP, we had a brief discussion about it. So SAP gives you, AWS gives you, by the way, certain tools where which you can use to auto scale for your SAP ABAP NetWeaver application servers. Uh, so what auto scaling is to match your increased demand. You can launch systems dynamically. You can launch new EC2 instances horizontally, adding more capacity. So if in case there is a additional requirement to add more application server in a particular availability zone, you can leverage auto scaling along with the defined uh, template of it. So you already will have an AMI prepared for application server. You need not to install anything. Using that golden image called as an AMI, all the security, all the permissions, ports open, all the configuration, yeah, will be implemented once you launch this machine. So auto scaling has been transforming the way how you match the demand, increase in demand in the world of cloud. So outcomes are you can automatically adjust the SAP capacity on application server, maintain steady predictable performance at lower possible cost, no addition AWS charge to use the auto scaling. Obviously the new addition of environments, you only will be paying for that, but not for the service to use. You can also have a spot instances, by the way. We talked about spot instances, right, guys? So what spot instances is at very low cost available compute capacity. Yeah, so if in case you believe that your demand peak is going to stay for little 1 or 2 hours or some time, you can launch a fleet of EC2 instances as spot instances, right? So yeah, you can do that as well. So for system management, what we have talked about, CLIs we can use. The tooling from AWS is here, and then we can expand onto the Chef, Puppet, and third-party tools which you can use for resource management, right? So CLI is we use it for adding the EBS volume. You can write a script for that. You can write a command line. Yeah, so you can do that. You can take snapshot. and upload it to the S3 as well using the CLI and many things. By the way, anything you can do from the console can be executed using the CLI. Yeah, for the also automation, or you can write a script to stop and start the EC2 instances as well. And to manage in a very constructive way, you can use the system manager. So system manager at a one place, from wherein you can update your Linux machines, your Windows machine, add policies or anything you want to add. You can manage it from the system manager. Even you can use backing up the HANA system. You can pull it from there as well. CloudWatch. CloudWatch is used to monitor the AWS resources. Uh, yeah, so every different source will have a associated metrics with it. For EC2, you can now monitor the CPU utilization. For databases, you can monitor the transactions happening, network bandwidth. You can check the EBS performance, input and output happening. You can trigger the auto scaling using the CloudWatch monitoring as well. So CloudWatch would consider the state of your EC2 instances as unhealthy or unhealthy, and based on that, alarm will be triggered. If in case required new instance or new application server to launch, it will very much take care of it. So events, you can schedule repetitive actions. For example, stopping the EC2 instances every day from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. just to avoid additional charges being incurred. Yeah, and automatically launching the systems. Yeah, and at a certain time, you can back up SAP DB every day by using the particular events as well based on the time. Not just this, you can do a lot of other things onto the console, like you can put a billing alarm using CloudWatch. You can monitor how much your particular account is being charged, and you can send yourself alerts for that. Yeah, and third party tool like of Chef would be similar to CloudFormation, but CloudFormation also gives you very nice designer. So with that, you can bring the EC2, bring the AWS services. You can, by the way, drag and drop the AWS services in that designer, and it will write a format for you in JSON or via YAML format. If you want to script that up, that will be done. So other configuration management tools are also supported, like Puppet, Terraform. You can run it on your EC2 instances and pull the things off from there on. So this was on to the resource management, and also on to some of part to manage the things with the automation. Architecture for non-NetWeaver SAP applications, so not on ABAP or Java stack. We are going to have a look on lastly on some of these SAP products, like business object platform. Herein, you can see within a one VPC. In a cloud region, we have a one VPC spanned across multiple AZ, AZN, AZ2, AB, and we have a multiple subnets, which is having a three-tier arc. You can see that, architecture. So web tier, management tier, processing tier, and then you have a database tier. So you have here RDS, which is a database offering from AWS. It's a managed database which takes care of undifferentiated tasks like of backups, management, managing or launching a new instance. So you can use RDS supported by in RDS and MSS MySQL is one of the offering. It supports 6 different database engines. One of them is MySQL. You can use it for your BI application, which is business object for that matter. And also this can be done in a multi-AZ as well. So you do not have to write the scripts. You do not have to do the mirroring, anything. You just need to click onto the console to launch RDS in a to availability zone called as a multi-AZ. So if this goes down, everything will be uh, reflected to the secondary availability zone, which will have a server up and running. And you can see the high availability and the fault tolerance achieved on a multiple stages. Yeah, at database tier, and then for storage, you can see on the application level, they are all connected with the EFS, which is a span across the multiple AZs. So also backing up the database in a multiple availability zone as well. So EFS is shared storage among the processing server tiers. And then you can see here for the web tier, we have a load balancer for balancing the load, and also it is with the conjunction of auto scaling. If in case any server goes down, it will auto scale, or will be traffic will be automatically routed to the uh, available EC2 instances. And for the SAP Commerce Hybris offering, let me see if there is any question. What are the tools used for auto scaling? So the name of the auto scaling tool is auto scaling itself. And then there is another 3-tier architect you can see for the web app Solar. Here we are using auto scaling groups. Yeah. So for the auto scaling is with the conjunction of ELB and obviously EC2 instances. So you require ELB, Elastic Load Balancer, to share the state with you of the EC2 instances. So that will determine the traffic, if is coming or going to the web server or not. It will tell you the state of the web server. You can define the IP address as well during the launch as well, which IP to be given to it. So do we need to change IP config for failure of DB in one AZ and coming up in the second AZ, or will it be automatic? Pavitra, good question, by the way. What do we call it? So yeah, for multi-AZ, so let's consider this is a multi-AZ from AWS. You do not need to create any virtual IP, or what we call it in AWS is elastic IP. That's will be taken care by AWS, because it's basically having the a host name assigned to it. So yeah, so that is at the backend might be using public IP, which could be dynamic, but host name doesn't change. So that will be given to you, not an IP defined and a host name for you to create a connection. So with that, you do not have to answering your question. You do not have to manage the configuration or IPs. Okay, for the Hybris user, so what exactly in the SAP word is in the front, you have a Hybris for your website from where you may be buying any any stuff, and that hits back your ERP system, your supply chain, your production, your manufacturing, anything. You're at the back end, you're running many SAP business application. So front is usually your hybrid solution, your SAP e-commerce. So that is into 3-tier architecture. You can see here Solar is Apache based. So if in case something goes down, with the help of ELBs, auto scaling will let you know where to route the traffic, yeah, and add more servers based on your configuration. So you put minimum servers, maximum servers, and desired number of EC2 instances you want. Yeah. And now for the SAP support, how does SAP support works? So SAP support is basically yeah, so first of all, let's understand the managed service for SAP on AWS. What we are responsible for, as we seen in shared responsibility model, for all the global infrastructure. Any issue will be lying with us. Yeah. So above that hypervisor, until the hypervisor and top of it operating system becomes either customer or partner responsibility to patch, manage, until unless it is not a managed service by AWS, it is responsibility of customers and partners. Yeah. So if it is MSP, managed service provider, used then lying with you guys. Yeah. And above that is the responsibility uh, of customers, right? To manage your SAP application, NetWeaver, basis administration, installation, patching, and everything. And AWS support, if in case you are going to put your workload, you need at least SAP business support or AWS enterprise support for SAP on AWS. It's mandatory. It's mandatory. So you need that, and response time for business critical system down for AWS enterprise support is within 15 minutes. We get back to you. It's a mission critical if something goes wrong. Usually for SAP, it has to be enterprise support because you cannot afford the longer downtime because of any issues. So yeah, for business support, it is under 1 hour. So you need to be prudent about which type of support you are going for. By the way, there are 4 tiers of support. Yeah, so basic, development, and business and enterprise support. For SAP customer, at least enterprise or business is required. So to log an incident, to log a ticket with us basically, or it will be automatically queued. By the way, we'll see in the next page. These are the some SAP notes which you can refer to. As you know, everything in SAP runs onto the knowledge basis usually, and yeah, this can certainly help you to determine which node helps you with which information. Yeah, and you can these are the components you can refer to. And if in case you log in a ticket with AWS, we will figure it out if it is our problem. Yeah. By the way, one thing to mention here, sorry, uh, AWS and SAP works very closely. Our team uh, also based out in Germany in SAP's head office, where we are together managing the customer issues. Like the problem comes in, AWS rectify. If it is R, we will going to tackle it further. We will respond to you in our ticketing system in console, or if in case that turn out to be AWS, we will do our uh, on uh, troubleshooting onto that and share further with the SAP as an OSS, so online supporting ticketing system. There, we will open a ticket with SAP. So so you have to go that way as usually, and then further support will be given by AWS. Oh, sorry, by SAP. So after doing the assessment by SAP, they will send it to either us if they consider it is not a problem with their with their tools, with their product. It will be sent across to us, and we have yeah, employees sitting in SAP headquarter who will get back to you. Or other way, if it is turned out to be SAPs, they will further help you. So with that, covering all the aspects of using compute, using the storage, some of the orchestration tool, which is beyond and above the compute, storage, and networking. Uh, then main we come up to the last part. So let me have a look onto some of the questions. So first is there is a solution for ERS HA. So I would need to, yes, there's I, as far as I remember, there was something, but yeah, I need to check it what exactly is there. But yeah, high availability is there in our system. I will share uh, Vikram, I will share knowledge on that with you. Yeah, very specifically. Is website is having a wildcard? Is ALB suitable for autoscaling, and autoscaling will trigger the new EC2 instance? Is wildcard EC2 will be fail? My website is having wildcard is. So by the way, Venkata, the question is if it is on the domain level, that's where the Route 53 comes into the picture, by the way. Yeah, so it is on to the accessibility level. It is, oh, okay, you are talking about ALB specifically. If my website is having wildcard, is ALB suitable for autoscaling? Trigger these instances. Wildcard is will be filled. I'll check that. So I need to dig down what exactly your question mean here. So do we have any facility from AWS to perform POCs for SAP application like installation, upgrade, conversation for customer reference without any cost, since free tier doesn't cover this much? Alok, very good question. We have a program called as a MAP for SAP, so a migration acceleration program, wherein we do support the POCs as well. We give you out we give out you the funding. So if in case you have any potential customer, any large enterprises who is expressing the opportunity there, I will highly recommend you to get in touch with your partner manager. They will help you with the validation for your POC fundings and everything. Yeah. So what exactly the whole communication goes around is with your project manager. So first of all, what project manager is your relationship management manager from AWS side. So this person is dedicatedly given to the partner. I'm not sure. Let me check. So Alok, do you mind write down which partner you belong with, so I can also share if you have any prospect with you, I can share who is your partner manager. By the way, this information you can also find in your partner central. If you log in, you will find who is your SPOC, single point of contact. So from all the funding point of view, from all the relationship point of view, project managers should help you with that. Yeah, your partner manager from AWS. So just let me know which partner you are from. I'll share who is a single point of contact with for you. And above that, if in case any technical knowledge you require, if in case from the SAP side or any other AWS service side, there is a PSA associated with each and every account. PSA is basically partner solution architect. So from the architecting point of view, services knowledge point of view, if you need anything, these people will help you. So if in case it's very much with the SAP, they will get in contact with some of AWS contact, yeah, who is proficient in helping you further with the SAP workloads. Yeah, I understand. Free tier doesn't cover much of things we require for SAP, and SAP in itself is a lot of machines we need to pull out together. So yeah, for that matter, if you have a requirement, you can get in touch with a partner manager. Okay, so no problem. So Venkata, again to your question, I'll just answer that. Yeah, onto the wild card. Any other question, guys? Just let us know. Okay, so while all these are the tangible benefits we have seen, all the business benefits, infrastructure migration is often only the first step once we move into the cloud. Yeah, so customer business transformation require more than that. So it's not just lift and shift, but also getting benefit of the platform's efficiency, right? So no doubt the process Efficiency, agility, reduced cost, ownership resulting from cloud migrations are very attractive to the customer, but more compelling reasons for their move is infinite opportunity that AWS can pull together. Like APIs and apps, it is offering Internet of Things for running machine learning on the edge, big data and analytics for building custom apps, and DevOps for sure. Yeah, and the center of it is solid foundation is laid off onto the machine learning. Yeah, so customers are looking at AWS to help them extend their business processing just beyond the infrastructure. So here we have shared one of the extended strategy. As you know, SAP has also launched their own digital innovation system for SAP, SAP Leonardo. So as many of you might also aware that it also run on AWS. Out of this, they have close to 100 many services for in different space like IoT, machine learning, blockchain, big data, and out of this total number of services, 37 of them runs on AWS. Yeah, which includes some of more foundational digital transformation service like Leonardo machine learning, IoT, uh, SAP Leonardo IoT, and SAP Cloud Platform for enterprise messaging. So that exclusively run on AWS infrastructure. So AWS developer can consume SAP Cloud Platform service by using AWS Lambda as well, which is integrated. Yeah, and SAP Platform Cloud Platform API management. So this pattern is especially attractive for customer who want to mesh the business processes powered by S4HANA application with the AWS services by using cloud platform connectivity. Yeah. So those who are working on SAP Cloud Platform might know this that they have integration with the Lambda as well. By the way, other services are also announced like IoT service having the interoperability with AWS platform. AWS IoT services. So we have announced a new collaboration with SAP for IoT. Now it's been a good amount of time. So by the way, our IoT has a robust set of capabilities in the cloud and also at the edge. When we say at the edge, means running IoT uh, compute on-premise, yeah, near to the customer. So at the SAP side, SAP Leonardo IoT also provides a set of capability that ties nicely with SAP business processes and supporting the application. So what with this collaboration we have done, now we are able to combine the power of SAP business processes with global scalability and agility of AWS IoT services like of IoT Core, which is cloud to cloud, and IoT events, IoT site-wise, and we have to run onto the edge, we have IoT Greengrass, so you can run compute messaging services closer to the customer's environment. So machine learning and models you can run onto the IoT Greengrass with the backup connectivity with the AWS cloud as well. So we deliver two capabilities: cloud to cloud integration, where AWS IoT can be used for device management. All of these services, all of these devices can be managed. And then there is a ability to integrate at edge services down here. Yeah. So by the way, at the end here, you can see Greengrass and SAP Edge services can be integrated at the edge to drive SAP business processes with the device data at the edge. That can be leveraged by SAP Leonardo IoT. So that's what the interoperability between AWS IoT and SAP Leonardo IoT is available. With that, not just onto the IoT side, but also the data lake. So let me pull it together. So we have end-to-end enterprise analytics strategy. So ultimately, customers are looking to build end-to-end enterprise analytics using data lakes, where you bring all of your data and start processing from different verticals. Yeah. So customers are using analytics solution for AWS. SAP provides operational reporting capabilities using embedded analytics within its ERP application. So, but customers are increasingly looking at integrating data from non-SAP application and SAP application, like data coming from IoT, social media streams, and various SaaS applications. So, customers are looking forward to drive uh, process efficiencies and building new business models using the machine learning on top of it. So AWS, as on our platform, we have a lot of prepared already deep learning models like of AWS Extract, AWS Transcribe, Translate. The customer can leverage once they are onto the AWS platform and take a benefit of them. So if they customers want to use the SageMaker, which is a tool from AWS, basically it's a platform to run your uh, to build your machine learning models, train them, and also deploy them onto the edge. You can use the capability of AWS, and yeah, you can use data processing using the extract and transform tools. So we have a huge set of analytics tools, and same as with the machine learning, then definitely you can run the BI on top of it using the custom application from AWS like of QuickSight. Yeah. So yeah, we give a lot of capabilities onto our platform uh, for data lakes uh, for the SAP customers as well. And with that, having shared some knowledge onto the machine learning, by the way, we run a specific session also on machine learning. What are the offerings we do have onto the machine learning? If you are a data scientist, developer, even you want to leverage the platform, you can join one of our session wherein we share how machine learning can be beneficial for your usage. Next week we have one of the session, I think 4th of May. We are running one machine learning practitioner session. It's a 1 day class wherein we will play SageMaker in action, how we uh, can use SageMaker to predict some of the models. So we will showcase that. Okay, so if in case guys you are looking forward for more information, this is a one-stop shop for you. Let me just open. There is a plethora of services. Plethora of information is available. All you need to do is just open aws.amazon.com/SAP and you can find all the case studies, yeah, of the customers. So you might be having a lot of questions how other customers are pulling together their S4HANA implementation, and yeah, how they are doing it. You can find all the studies down here like NG, how they are saving cost, how they are becoming more agile, and we have a lot of customers case studies available for you to refer to. Yeah. And solutions, how what are the solutions are available and supported on AWS. You can find in here all the information for S4HANA. Okay, so S4HANA for Business Warehouse, Hybris, Business Suite. So all the information is available, how you are taking benefit of it, case study, and very importantly, you can find the related document with that too. Yeah. So and very importantly is this, if in case you have been working in the space of SAP on AWS or maybe any cloud provider, but you want a clarification how things are being done onto the AWS, these blogs are very, very informative. So we keep on adding new information, how to take snapshots, how SAP applications are being pulled on, and how Reddit using the high availability for NetWeaver, you might find a lot of your answers within these blogs as well. So have a look onto that. Okay, so with that, yeah, if in case you are looking forward for what are the SAP competency partners, so here is the list. I hope you can find your partner name here as well. So Accenture, Cloud Comrade, Infrabeat, Lemongrass, Link, PwC, Cider. Yeah, so many of them. So Wipro is one of our premium partner as well for with the SAP and AWS SAP on AWS competency. So you can go into this and find out what are your SAP practices. Yeah, and uh, and you can also look at the customer success case study as well. So like Wipro has done the Kellogg's migration. It's a whole study. What were the challenges? How they leverage AWS platform. So many of them. So in short, uh, so your one-stop shop is aws.amazon.com/SAP to get more information around the platform uh, and the offerings on the platform. Okay, so there were a few of the questions which I need to dig into. I have saved this question. What I'll do, uh, I will create my email wherein I will add the answers. Yeah, so I will share that information with all of you. And if in case now you have any question, guys, just let me know. We can talk about them. Let me bring the slide. So you have a lot of SAP on AWS wall white papers, blogs I have just referred to. So SAP test drives and trials like of Cal, like of SAP HANA, that should be something we need to have a look onto. Yeah, so let me just find them. So like for SAP HANA, this is offerings should be now on your screen. So SAP HANA Express Edition, you can use it for your production and non-production. And then there is a trial. SAP HANA trial systems are available. So it comes with a free software trial for SAP HANA based solution, but you might need to pay for the underlying hardware. So yeah. So if you want to read more about Cal, you can visit this link. Cal is offering from the SAP directly. So it's a SAP Cloud application library. So if you want SAP HANA system, which you want to use for the trial, it runs onto the multiple vendors, and by your choice, you can pick one of them. Like you want to use SAP Business One, maybe. So yeah, so you can now find this one for your prospects, for your users, for your customers. You can create an instance and start demoing it. So many of SAP products are available, like of data warehouse and many other. Yeah. So you can find it out. You can bring your own license onto the HANA, onto the AWS as well. So if you have existing HANA license which you want to use on AWS, you can certainly bring that too. Yeah. So here is the whole list. What is supported for HANA scenario, and all information. Yeah, so this is one another thing is important. Number of EC2 instances is the whole list here. And if you want to estimate how much monthly it will cost, you can simply go to the C estimate and find out how much it will cost to you. Okay, so what else? Did we miss anything? No, I'm hoping not. And yes, someone asked me about credit promotions. I will once again reflect you. I will ask you to get in contact with your partner manager, where you find this information within your uh, partner central management. So if you are a register or a selectee partner, you can write me an email. My email address is, oh, it is not mentioned. So my email address is, I think we had it in the morning. So this is my email address. So if in case you want to know who is your PDR or your partner manager is, just write me down, or any other question you have, you can just write me for that. But yeah, but I will refer you to check with your partner managers so they can tell you things in details. Yeah, and I will also send you an email. Probably will try to do it as soon as possible, but by Friday you will have the completion certificate. Um, yeah, and I'll try to do it as soon as possible and send you the all things we shared today in this session. All the uh, blogs I refer to, and will add additional information which you can refer to as well. You will also have my email address if in case you want to reply or want to ask anything. Okay, guys, with that, I want to thank all of you for joining in today, being very patient, asking a lot of questions, which is good. And I will try to give you answers, which are reminder there. And we do not have an assessment for today's session. By the way, there is a digital course. I think it's available. Let me just go to the slide, to the web page. Um, AWS.training. So you can find. By the way, I do not have Patrol Central login right now. I need to pull off. Let me bring that. So you can log into that. Let me just log in. I need to do it confidentially. Just kidding. So that's what my password is. I'm not sure, but I think I have appeared few times back for SAP on AWS. There was an assessment available which you can also go for. So SAP. By the way, to all of you, if in case you want to find more information on SAP on AWS, there's a lot of sessions are available in a bites like 1 hour deployment patterns. You can see, yeah, so solution training for SAP on AWS technical. Herein, if you go, there should be an assessment. Yeah, so you can go for through this, and then there is an assessment you can launch. Yeah, so just saying, if in case you want to do it, you can find it out. But yeah, what we have discussed might not have the same curriculum questions, because that's entirely different session we had today. It's curated for the partners, but this is typically you go through this 1 day course. It's a classroom training. Based on that, there is a questions, but you can obviously appear for that because it is open for you guys. But you can look for more information like on tearing, how HANA tearing is there, dynamic tearing, and more of other information is there. Okay, so yeah. So want you to look for digital trainings. Okay, guys, with that, yeah, there is a 3 hour training you can also see. I think, oh, there is no assessment. My bad. Do I need to launch that? Okay, guys, you can explore this for you. You will have a similar access. You can find more information on SAP on AWS on our digital platform. Once again, I want to thank you for joining in today. Tomorrow we are going to run another session, which is foundational training, where we are going to talk about SS responsibility and some of the foundational services. We will discuss about them as well. So yeah, if you want to join in, you can join in tomorrow as well, if you have already registered for that. Yeah. So thank you. With that, we can put curtains on today's session. I again want to thank you for joining in. And if you have additional question comes at later stage, don't worry. You just write down to me. Email is on your screen now. Bye bye. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Mr. Log, do you mind sending me your email address? I will forward you the tomorrow's invitation. You can email me. So those who are looking forward to join tomorrow, just email me. I will send you across. Good. So those who have already registered for tomorrow's session, we'll meet you there. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.